Chapter 136. Thinking about the hundreds of thousands of people fighting to the death for a small stone mine, with numerous casualties, it was really amusing. In just a few years, be it mine stones or beast crystals, they would all drop to an unbelievable price. Speaking of which, I should quickly exchange for the beast crystals in my hands. However, stone mine? A ball of light exploded out in Samuraim's mind before quickly disappearing. Since it was a newly discovered stone mine, then who knows if the mine core had been taken by someone. Speaking of which, it was time for Little Gold to swallow beast crystals once more. However, if it changed to mine stones, it would be perfect. Anyways, in these 2 days, he needed to wait for a few people nearby. Lien Fan also needed a period of time to complete what he asked of him, so it would be good to go over and take a look. Making up his mind, Zhongsho closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, continuing to perfect the world's shocking spiritual art. When night fell, Zhongsho once again put on the set of lightning traveling spirit bone. When he walked out of the carriage, he instinctively looked at the other carriage not far away, hesitating slightly. Li Yunyang, who was guarding outside the carriage, instantly showed a wary expression, like an angry cat. "What do you want to do?" Little Miss is in secluded meditation. Zhongsho's mind instinctively flashed with the image of Xianyuan Iren's naked body with flames spewing out around her, and his heart couldn't help but shake. In his heart, he actually had the thought of charging in and doing something. Anyways, Li Yunyang couldn't stop him, following which he shook his head. Zhongsho was secretly shocked. Did she refine the chill spirit mysterious sense pill so quickly? Now that she was in secluded meditation, she was probably solving the problem from before. Not bothering much about it, Zhongsho directly jumped off the carriage, his body flashing as he flew forwards. Chu Shui didn't even need to say anything, immediately following behind. Li Yunyang felt that it was strange. She wanted to drive the Wind Rider chariot to follow them, but when she saw Zhongsho and Li Yunyang directly enter the dense forest and disappear into the hills, she could only reluctantly give up on this idea. He rolled his eyes and fell into deep thought. Zhongsho's thunder-running spirit bone made crackling sounds when he walked, but at this moment, when he ran with all his might, it was as if he was running at lightning speed, incomparably fast. Under Zhongsho's control, even if he traveled 10 feet in an instant, he would not hit a tree. However, it also consumed a lot of soul power. Zhongsho's vortex in his soul, could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as the drifting soul power. It was replenishing his soul power almost all the time. As a result, he was completely fearless, activating it with all his might. Surprisingly, Chu Shui was able to keep up with him. She was like a white shadow, sticking close to his body. However, after the two of them ran for several tens of miles and arrived at the peak of a mountain, the disparity between them became apparent. Chu Shui panted. Her stamina and true qi were all used up. Zhongsho's expression was normal. Only his eyes showed a little tiredness. From start to finish, he did not even move a finger, relying on the external bone to move. What he used up was only soul power. This mountain peak was 7,000 feet high, which was not considered high. However, at this place, it gave off a feeling of looking down on all the other mountains. Casually taking out a soul stone, Zhongsho formed a hand seal. Instantly, a blue circular talisman appeared in his eyes. The things in his field of vision were swiftly pulled closer. All the stone mines are usually near the mountain range, where the earth energy is thick and where the spiritual veins gather. This place is a plain, so the most likely location is this hill. I wonder which direction the vein is in. Looking around, Zhongsho's eyes suddenly fixed on the south. There seemed to be a battlefield there. Looking out, it was all broken armor and corpses. Who knows how many people died in this battle, attracting numerous scavenging beasts. Occasionally, there would be the howls of wolves and beasts. In the sky, there were hundreds of giant vultures circling. Squinting his eyes, Zhongsho searched around this area. Not long later, his line of sight was fixed on a 4,000-foot high peak. Smiling slightly, Zhongsho charged down once more. He knew that Chu Shui was unable to keep up, so he just carried her up and drove the lightning traveling spirit bone over. A short 70 miles, in just 45 minutes, they had already rushed over. When he got close to that small mountain, Zhongsho's body suddenly stopped. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. There were two giant barracks here, clearly separated as they faced off against one another. Each barracks had hundreds of thousands of people. Just taking a look, he knew that they were all elite soldiers. Even the soldiers with the lowest combat strength were grade 2 martial warriors, no weaker than their Gantian Mountain. Injecting soul power into his eyes, he looked into the distance. He could also see dozens of energy glows charging into the sky, mixing with the vital energy of hundreds of thousands of people. Zhongsho couldn't help but frown slightly. In a last life, he had seen armies fighting. However, at that time, he was already at the Ascended Realm and was a martial cultivator, so he didn't feel anything. Looking out now, he couldn't help but feel shocked. There weren't many experts in the barracks, only tens of Xiantian. However, if there were experts who knew the strength of the martial path, they could cause even Xuanwu ancestors to avoid them. The vital energy of tens of thousands of people mixed together was the nemesis of spirit masters. If one wasn't at the Return to Sun realm, any spell that got close would be dissipated by the rising vital energy. Looking on for a moment, Zhongsho laughed bitterly. This huge army was the hardest to deal with. After he awoke that day, he didn't choose to disguise himself and conceal himself to avoid being pursued, and he'd still chosen the magnificent and extremely striking Cloud Cross carriage. The reason was this. The cloud-stepping foals were extremely quick, and the carriage could float in the air. Even if others knew where they were, they wouldn't be able to attack. Without a mount of the same grade, no one below Xiantian Master could catch up. As for those cloud-stepping foals, even a huge power like Gantian Mountain didn't have many of them. However, once one was noticed, thousands or even tens of thousands of troops would surround and kill one. No matter how skilled one was, one would die. Speaking of which, the most dangerous part of his journey back to Gantian Mountain was the latter part. That Yunxiao Mountain and Blazing Flame Mountain were only at the west of the Cloud Continent. They were hundreds of thousands of miles away from Dian Mountain. Even if they wanted him to die, they could send some elites over. However, once he reached their territory, with the foundations of these two powers, it wasn't impossible for them to send millions of troops to surround and kill him. To return safely, he needed to find some Windrider foals as backup. He totally gave up on the idea of using the Hidden Shadow spell to sneak in. Zhongsho didn't give up just like that. A Mind Stone mine spread out tens of miles. He didn't have to choose this place to enter. After retreating for several miles, Zhongsho started to set up the formation. Nearby was the army camp, and there were tens of Xiantian masters. He didn't dare to make too much noise. He hastily set up tens of runes and placed 12 grade 3 beast crystals. Xu Shui was at the side and had already recovered some stamina. At this moment, she was just standing there quietly. Although she was curious, she didn't say a word. Looking at Zhongsho activating the spell and chanting, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to sway slightly, and a muffled cracking sound rang out as a dozen or so cracks appeared on the ground. With the spiritual formation under Zhongsho's feet as the starting point, it swiftly spread out. A few of them were thicker and stretched towards the south. However, it was the opposite of the direction of the two army camps. Along with the 12 earth element beast crystals exploding, only then did Zhongsho stop his hand signs and chanting. His expression was cold as he looked at the direction of the cracks. A few hundred years later, the Cloud World and the other worlds started to be connected. Some of the Cloud World specialties started to spread out to other worlds. The secret manuals of other worlds, talisman spells, and some rare items were also grasped by the people of the Cloud World. At this moment, what Zhongsho was using was an earth element spell passed down from other worlds, the spirit searching technique. It had no other use, only being able to identify Mind Stone mines. Its effects were really effective. In these close to 100 years, the Mind Stone mines that were found in the Cloud World dried up in just 3,000 years. The reason why there were still Mind Stones appearing in Zhongsho's era was because of trading with other worlds. Secondly, relying on this spell, one would be able to find some small-sized Mind Stone mines. It is actually a Grade 2 mine. Zhongsho was deep in thought as he looked at where the two army camps were. These hundreds of thousands of people didn't even find the mine, and they started to kill each other just for a branch vein. After laughing involuntarily, Zhongsho continued to focus and look at the cracks. The Mind Stones here were really scattered, so he wasn't willing to spend effort to search for them. He was only looking for the possible location of the mine core. The results were really delightful. Each mine core was the essence of an entire mine gathered. The surroundings were often covered in Mind Stones, filled with spiritual energy. At this moment, the cracks on the ground could be seen at one glance. One could easily deduce which area was filled with spiritual energy. There was only one area where there might be a Mind Stone mine core. However, below there was a broken mark. The situation behind it couldn't be seen. 70 feet below is actually an underground river. Zhongsho couldn't help but feel a headache. Luckily, he had confirmed the location, and he just needed to spend some effort. They dashed towards the south, passing through the dense forest. After 20 miles, Zhongsho stopped. At this moment, Chu Shui's face was filled with shock. She followed Zhongsho around the mountain for the entire night. Who knew what they were going to do? Zhongsho rolled up his sleeves and was about to pull out his lightning-toothed sword to dig a hole. Only then did he remember that he was an out-of-body realm spirit master. Why would he need to personally do it? With a thought, Zhongsho found 3 pieces of granite that were roughly the height of a person and of slightly better quality. First, he used spiritual ink to draw a talisman formation, burying 5 grade, 3 earth element beast crystals and 2 beast spirit stones. As he chanted, Zhongsho's hands formed a seal. These 3 pieces of granite instantly cracked open. Heads and limbs appeared one after another. In just a moment, 3 giant stone puppets suddenly stood up from the ground. They were roughly 20 feet tall, their bodies burly and muscular, extremely strong. To be continued. Chapter 137. Although the 3 stone puppets had soul stones placed in them, they didn't have any consciousness. They could only be controlled by Zhongsho using a few threads of his mind. To him, this was an incomparably novel experience. At first, due to its lack of experience, the stone puppet wobbled and fell several times. When Zhongsho slowly familiarized himself with it and understood how to control it, an hour had passed. First, he stretched his legs and stretched his arms. Then, he walked to the spot that Zhongsho pointed out and started to use his stone arms to dig. Apart from the stone puppet's movements being slightly clumsy, it had immense strength, a full 20,000 kilograms of strength. Each time the stone palm dug down, it could dig out large amounts of soil. In just a moment, it dug down 100 feet. When it faced tough stone, Zhongsho would use the lightning-toothed sword to forcefully break it. This stone puppet is really not bad. The spiritual techniques of spirit masters are really exquisite and unpredictable. They have many uses and are really useful. However, the cost of these puppets was huge. 1 grade, 3 beast crystal was 100,000 silver. In the cloud world, it was enough to become a rich family. Only Zhongsho, who had huge amounts of wealth in the Sanlu Bank and knew that beast crystals and soul stones wouldn't be worth much in the future, dared to squander them like that. 10 beast crystals and 2 soul stones of the same grade were really expensive. However, these 3 stone puppets could be used for 2 months, and he didn't need to worry about spiritual energy and essence energy running out. It was like he had 3 more experts whose strength could compare to 9 Meridian Mythic Masters, so it wasn't a big loss. His digging speed was really quick. In just an hour, he had easily dug to the bottom. This was a roughly 50 feet tall natural tunnel. Below, it was a shallow stream. At this moment, his rising moon lion was hiding not far away. It would naturally guard the hole outside. Zhongsho didn't hesitate, bringing the 3 stone puppets and jumping down, only to see the 2 sides of the tunnel shine with starlight. They were densely packed with crystals of various colors. At this moment, Chu Shui roughly understood Zhong Shou's intention. Along with Zhong Shou, after jumping into the river below, he looked around in shock at the crystals that were reflecting light. "Young master, are these spirit stones?" Chu Shui thought to herself. If they dug out all these spirit stones, wouldn't they make a fortune? One spirit stone, even if it was the lowest grade one, was worth 10 times more than a grade 1 beast crystal. Zhong Shou couldn't help but laugh and continue forward. If spirit stones were so easy to find, they wouldn't be so expensive. The crystals here could also be considered as spirit stones. However, it wasn't ranked, and its effects were minimal. Even those spirit masters below the soul observing realm disdained to use it. In the eyes of others, it might be an unimaginable amount of wealth, but in his eyes, it was the same as trash. He really didn't have the time to care about it. However, as he continued forward, he spread his soul remembrance in all directions, searching up, down, left, and right in this underground tunnel. This place was underground, and although the wind blew, it didn't hurt his soul. In the past, Zhong Shou could only stretch his spiritual sense out 100 feet. At this moment, it reached 300 feet, and he didn't find it tiring. However, he was unable to go deep into the earth layer. I heard that an out-of-body realm spirit master can stretch his spiritual sense 10 feet into the earth. As for the night roaming realm, it tripled in size, reaching a height of 10 meters. At the return to sun realm, it can reach 100 feet. However, at the day wandering realm, it can reach 1,000 feet. At that realm, one just needs to sweep with their spiritual sense to know where there are spirit stones in the spirit stone mines. It really makes one envious. However, this method is only useful in low-grade mines. Large mines all have spiritual energy materialized, and even spirit masters find it hard to get close. Zhong Shou's spiritual sense could only reach 5 feet into the earth layer. With such a range, the chances of finding spirit stones were really small. He spread his spiritual sense out, but he didn't have much hope. There were many forks in this path. In just a short 10 miles, there were dozens of forks of unknown depths. When he walked to a corner of the underground tunnel, Zhong Shou's eyes lit up. He ordered the 3 stone puppets to dig to the side. After digging about half a foot into the stone wall, a few dark blue, transparent crystals appeared. There were exactly 3 of them, each about the size of a fist. Chu Shui was slightly shocked. Right away, she noticed that these blue, transparent crystals were different from the other crystals on the stone walls. They were bright and transparent, and the spiritual energy within was several times that of the surrounding crystals. If one took a closer look, they would be able to see something that looked like water flowing slowly within. It contained pure essence and spiritual energy. Even if one absorbed it into one's body, one could easily refine it without any side effects. Chu Shui was startled for a moment, not daring to confirm. A moment later, she hesitated. "Young master, are these grade 4 crystals?" "Above grade 3 and not grade 4. However, it is already not bad." Zhong Shou casually kept it into the bag by his waist, his expression expressionless. Grade 3 mind stones could be compared to grade 4 beast crystals. In his heart, he felt a little regretful. Although he could use these water element mind stones, they weren't the type he wanted. However, this place was really close to the mine core. A mid-sized grade 2 mine. Only the area with the most spiritual energy would have grade 3 mind stones. Continuing forwards, roughly 900 feet, Zhong Shou ordered the 3 puppets to stop. The place where the crack showed was broken was here. However, looking at this place, he couldn't find the reason why the spiritual energy split. Slightly sensing, the heaven and earth spiritual energy here was really abundant, and there was no difference. Could it be that or has already been taken by someone? However, there are no signs of it being dug up. What is the reason for that? Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, his heart filled with questions. On the stone wall, he drew another spiritual formation. This time, the runes that were drawn were even more intricate, and the lines were even purer. He picked out 4 grade 3 earth element beast crystals and tried his best to choose the purest ones to inscribe on. However, when he activated his spell, many cracks opened up. The thickest and biggest one still reached down and stopped halfway. Then, it spread out like it was blocked by some power and couldn't reach in. Zhongsho's eyes constricted. The effect of this spiritual searching technique was proven numerous times in the future. A situation like this was truly abnormal. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't like there weren't any similar examples. Firstly, there's a treasure below that blocks my spell. Secondly, the Mind Stones here exceed grade 3 and are above grade 6. However, how is that possible? The last possibility is that there are other beasts or spirits under this layer of soil. Zhongsho's brows furrowed, showing a wary expression. Tens of spiritual talismans shot out from his sleeves. He chanted and caused them to burn. Around Zhongsho and Chu Shui, an earth-yellow glow appeared. Even the 3 earth puppets had a layer of light around them. His body seemed to have become a lot more sturdy, and his strength had also increased by a lot. Since the spiritual searching technique was unable to work, then he would forcefully dig. The moment Zhongsho's enchanted, the black wave sword charged into the air and struck downwards. Not long later, the stone below was sliced into pieces. The 3 earth puppets were also on guard while moving the stone pieces away. Roughly 100 feet away, Zhongsho's eyes squinted, his right hand pressing on the lightning tooth sword in the sheath on his left. However, when the stone puppets forcefully dug out, Zhongsho was shocked. Zhongsho couldn't help but be startled as he looked downwards, only to see a purple plate-shaped stone block lying below. Even his black wave sword couldn't break it and was sent flying back. His soul sense and intent couldn't enter either. Then, the stone puppets dug away the sand at the side before taking out the stone, only to see that it was 30 feet wide. The thickest part was only a foot. One could see threads of purple gold patterns all over the stone board. Zhongsho was slightly shocked, using his sword to touch it, giving out the sharp sound of metal clashing. Then, his expression became really weird. It wasn't a treasure. It wasn't a grade 6 Mind Stone, nor was it some soul or beast. It was just a metal that was formed together with a Mind Stone mind core. In the end, it was because he had too little experience that he made such a huge mistake. He wasted tens of talismans. Luckily, Chu Shui killed that out-of-body realm spirit master and replenished some. It is actually purple spirit iron. This item is really rare. Using this iron to craft a sword, one can craft a grade 4 spiritual sword. Such a large piece, since one can craft 4 to 5 swords, it is more than enough. Its value isn't much lower than grade 6 Mind Stones. Although this item was good, Zhongsho had no use for it at the moment. He had all the materials he needed, but where would he go to find a spirit refiner who could craft grade 4 spiritual swords? Such a large piece was tough to move. Sighing, Zhongsho let a stone puppet carry the stone board and continued to look downwards. His eyes constricted, his pupils constricting into a needle shape. Then, he blinked his eyes in disbelief. After a short while, he pinched Chu Shui's cheeks, using strength to pull, asking curiously, "Shui, does it hurt? Are the two of us dreaming?" Chu Shui forcefully broke free from Zhongsho's hand. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Zhongsho with a wronged expression. "It hurts. Young master, you bully me. Why did you pull me? Shui didn't do anything wrong." Zhongsho shook his head, thinking that it was right to say that it hurt. At this moment, he really wasn't dreaming, only to see that below, a pure black, crystal-like spiritual grass was growing in the soil under the black stone board. The leaves and roots were all black, translucent, making one suspect whether or not this grass was alive. At the end of it, there was a flower bud. Numerous thread-like black petals tightly wrapped around it, exposing it to Zhongsho's line of sight. Zhongsho sucked in a cold breath, still not daring to confirm. A ball of flame lit up in his hand as he carefully analyzed it. However, be it the roots, leaves, or the flame, they were exactly the same as what was described in the books. Darkness blooming serious, It is actually the darkness blooming Sirius. Chapter 138. Darkness blooming Sirius. It really is the darkness blooming Sirius. Zhong Shou was startled for a long while, unable to believe it. Could it be that he had received some sort of heavenly mandate? His luck was actually so good. He just wanted to dig the core of a grade 2 mine stone mine, but he actually dug out purple spirit iron and then bumped into such a treasure. Darkness blooming Sirius. Just from its name, one would know that such a spiritual herb needed to grow in a dark environment. Based on what Zhong Shou knew, not only did such a spiritual herb need to be filled with spiritual energy, it also couldn't see any light or air. Once one came into contact with it, one would instantly die. However, after it formed a bud, it needed to be exposed to the air before it could bloom. It only had a short lifespan of 10 breaths before it withered. This item couldn't raise energy training cultivation and also couldn't increase soul power. However, after it bloomed, the seeds it produced had a special ability that could make all spirit masters go crazy for it. Even he couldn't help but be tempted by it. His breathing couldn't help but become heavy as Zhong Shou pinched his arm. Under the piercing pain, he didn't lose his focus. Although this darkness blooming Sirius was good, it needed to bloom before it could be picked. At this moment, there was still a full 24 hours until it bloomed. A full day later, he would be able to get it. Once again, he controlled the stone puppets to continue digging. However, he carefully avoided the darkness blooming Sirius and went in from the side. As expected, this place was where the mine core was. After digging for 4 hours, he obtained dozens of grade 3 mine stones, making Zhong Shou smile. Their attributes were different. There were many water element ones, probably due to this underground stream. Next would be earth element mine stones, taking up a small half. Mine stones were mostly produced in places with thick earth energy, which was why no matter which mine stone mine it was, there would definitely be earth element mine stones. As for the spirit stone, it was buried about 300 feet below the surface of the tunnel. It was close to 800 feet from the ground. When Zhong Shou noticed this item, he had already ordered the 3 stone puppets to dig for 8 hours. This mine stone mine core was different from mine stones. It was silvery white and looked like a goose egg. It was no different from an ordinary stone. However, he could sense that the spiritual energy contained within was 4 times that of a normal spirit stone. It's actually a metal type or core. Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with a sense of guilt. This time, he guessed wrong again. Originally, after digging out so many water-type and earth-type spirit stones, he had assumed that the ore cores would be of these 2 attributes. In the end, what was dug out was completely unrelated to the heptagold. Yes. As the saying goes, metal breeds water. This was also a place where the earth veins were thick, and there was also that piece of purple spirit iron Oregon. I'm the one who's inexperienced and inexperienced. The knowledge he read in books and the actual practice were indeed 2 different things. No matter how hard he tried to sense the core, it didn't give him any more surprises. The metal-type spiritual energy inside was abundant, but only 2 relatively strong spiritual energy veins could be identified. The so-called core was no different from the vein spiritual pearl. The difference was that the former was naturally condensed. Many spiritual veins gathered underground, reacting with one another to form a mine stone mine. The so-called core was the product of many spiritual veins colliding and even merging. Many spiritual veins were formed within. Every medium-sized and above mine stone mine would have 1 to several cores. There was also a chance that there wouldn't be a single one. As for the vein spiritual pearl, it was totally man-made. He felt Little Gold's reaction slowly becoming more and more intense in his left arm. Zhong Shou couldn't help but smile. This little fellow was really lucky today. Although the metal type or core disappointed him. Only the water type, lightning type, and fire type attributes could be converted into the vein spiritual pearl. Only then would it be of great help to him. However, these 2 metal type spiritual veins were not bad either. He could directly merge with that grade 2 metal type vein spiritual pearl. After grade 4, He could barely reach the requirements to become an external pill. The spiritual energy here is no less than some spiritual lands. It's most probably because the darkness blooming Sirius and the purple spirit iron were swallowed too much spiritual energy. If not, this Mindstone mine wouldn't just be grade 2, it would at least raise by half a grade. After obtaining the ore core, Zhongsho still didn't give up. He continued to search around. As expected, in 4 hours, he found another 20 grade 3 mine stones. This time, it was the gold mine stones that exploded. There were a total of 17, a large half of the total. When he used his spiritual sense to search around, he couldn't find any traces of the mine stones. Only then did he order the puppet to stop. There should be many mine stones buried nearby. However, the location was really hidden and hard to confirm. He also wasn't willing to waste time searching. Climbing out of the giant hole that he dug, Zhongsho looked at the darkness blooming Sirius once more. His eyes couldn't help but show a troubled expression. His original plan was to come quickly and return quickly. He would be able to return in a night. However, to wait for the Sirius blooming Sirius to bloom, it would take at least a few hours. However, even if he used his feet to think about this matter, he knew how to choose. There are 14 hours until the darkness blooming Sirius. Forget it. I can let little gold swallow all these mine stones. Zhongsho directly chose a slightly more spacious area nearby. Then, he ordered the 3 puppets to dig to the side and open up a wider area. It was 60 feet to the left, right, front, and back. However, when Zhongsho started to lay out the formation, he felt a headache. At this moment, the grade 3 beast crystals in his bag were close to dry up. He spent a lot of effort and added in 2 mind stones before he was barely able to gather enough. The natural essence energy and soul energy in the mind stones were extremely pure, no weaker than the essence energy he absorbed from the lightning phoenix egg. Actually, little gold could directly swallow it. Zhongsho laid out this formation not to absorb the mind stones, but for other uses. Looking around in satisfaction, Zhongsho tossed 2 metal element mind stones to Chu Shui, who was standing at the side like a dumb goose. You won't be able to learn anything from this. Go to the side and use these 2 mind stones. You have already swallowed 2 human pinnacle pills, and with the help of these mind stones, in a few days you should be able to reach the spirit cultivation realm. You're giving this stone to me? Chu Shui grabbed the mind stones in her hand, her face filled with confusion. But how should I use it? She hadn't cultivated in a long time. Every day, she would just habitually cultivate her soul power and was unable to break through to the soul observing realm. Although she had learned a method to absorb mind stones in the past, she didn't have a chance to come into contact with it these few years and had long forgotten about it. Zhongsho's face instantly turned green, looking extremely unsightly. Chu Shui gave an awkward smile. For some reason, she felt guilty, laughing dryly. Young master, Shui remembered. She had some impression. No, I remember it really clearly. How could I forget? Zhongsho frowned. His heart moved, his expression turning calm. Shui, if you don't understand, then just say it. I won't scold you. All right, I drew a total of 3 talisman formations. Did you learn anything? The talismans used are really common. You should have learned them before. This time he could have gone alone to obtain the core. The reason why he let Chu Shui follow was to let her observe him drawing the talismans and laying out the formations. In the world, there was no better way to understand the true meaning of talismans than directly observing the process of high-grade spirit masters and talisman masters drawing talismans, which was why spirit masters, be it 10,000 years ago or 10,000 years later, emphasized the legacy the most. Chu Shui instantly heaved a sigh of relief, but she still didn't dare to believe it. Her eyes filled with a pitiful look as she asked, "Really? Young master really won't scold me?" Zhongsho nodded his head, barely calming down, still blinking his eyes. "Young master, you promised not to scold me, you promised." Shui forgot all about it. I have already learned to absorb the spiritual power of mind stones for many years. How would I remember? And those talismans, they recognize Shui. but Shui doesn't recognize them. I forgot about it long ago. Zhong Shou was furious, not waiting for Chu Shui to finish before he grabbed Chu Shui's face, pinching left and right. You are still so confident. If you don't know talismans, what kind of spirit master are you? Why don't you just cultivate martial arts? Seeing that Chu Shui's eyes were slightly red, her watery eyes shining like stars, her chin fiercely nodding like she wanted to tell him that she would just cultivate martial arts. Talismans and spells were so troublesome. She didn't want to learn them. Zhong Shou couldn't help but laugh in anger, adding more strength. You dumb girl, your combat martial body is not bad. You don't need to study those sword and fist theories to reach the peak of the martial path. However, if you meet those really sick people in the future, you are dead for sure, do you know? After cultivating spiritual techniques, at least if you can't beat them, you can escape. You still want to act cute in front of me? There is no use in acting pitiful. When you go back, copy the desolate talisman scripture 100 times. Do you hear me? In the end, he couldn't win against the killing power of Chu Shui's gaze, and he was also afraid that he would really ruin her face. After punishing her a little, Zhong Shou let go. Chu Shui instantly jumped up, dodging to the side, her two hands covering her face as she cried. Young master, you didn't keep your words. You said you wouldn't scold me. I directly pinched you, not scolded you. Why didn't I keep my words? Zhong Shou was slightly delighted while thinking about the feeling just now. His face turned serious as he started to teach her the chant to absorb the Mind Stone. When a martial cultivator absorbed the energy within the Mind Stone, they just needed to activate their true chi and directly absorb it. It was a little more troublesome for spirit masters, as they needed to use spiritual techniques to draw out the spiritual energy within. After teaching her the chant, there were also a few talismans that needed to be used. Zhong Shou was worried that this brat didn't understand and would waste the Mind Stone. He taught her a few more times before letting her sit at the side and start to absorb the Mind Stone. Zhong Shou sat at the center of the spiritual formation, allowing little gold to slide down from his arm. If the octopus beast wanted to swallow something, it was really simple. It just needed to throw the Mind Stone over. In just a few minutes, Zhong Shou saw an entire Mind Stone being ground into dust by little gold. It actually didn't let go of a single trace of spiritual energy. After absorbing all of it, it spat out all of the remaining powder. It was also grade 3, but this Mind Stone didn't give it any pain or burden. Chapter 139. Each spirit stone would take about half an hour or so. Little Gold only swallowed 16 Mind Stones before it was unable to swallow anymore. Its body swelled up once more, but it didn't seem to be in pain. It jumped into his palm and rubbed against his palm intimately. Zhong Shou laughed, taking out the mind core and placing it in front of him. His expression slowly became solemn. He bit his finger and drew 2 talismans outside of the mind core. One was shock, the other was crack. His eyes lit up as he hollered, "Break!" The spirit stone, or core, immediately trembled, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. It only lasted for a moment before it totally shattered. Instantly, 2 silver-white streaks of light surged out from within. They were like giant pythons, one left and one right, as they charged out. There was a so-called dragon vein in the world. Even if a mortal obtained it, he or she could be called a king. Actually, the dragon vein was just a large amount of source spiritual energy gathered. Once it was spread out, it was like a giant dragon, not relying on the energy of the earth as it roamed between heaven and earth. In front of Zhong Shou were 2 small-sized metal element spiritual veins. However, the moment they charged out of the mind core, they were like pythons giving off a shocking aura. However, when the 2 giant pythons were only about 4 zhang away, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared and forcefully repelled them. Zhong Shou didn't dare to be careless. He knew that his spiritual formation was of a low grade and wouldn't be able to last for too long. He formed a seal with his right hand and once again chanted out, "Attract," following which, in Zhong Shou's hand, a ball of light exploded out from within Little Gold's stomach. Those 2 spiritual veins seemed to be forcefully attracted by a power as they gathered in front of him. At the start, Little Gold was a little uneasy and tried to struggle. A moment later, it realized that the two balls of silver-white light not only didn't harm it, but instead had some benefits. Only then did it calm down. It allowed the two giant pythons to drill into its stomach. Only after 6 hours did the two metal elemental spiritual veins completely merge into the spiritual vein pearl. The entire process seemed like there were no twists and turns, going smoothly. However, when Zhongsho was done, his forehead was covered in sweat and his face was extremely pale. Compared to the intense battle with Li Yaling that day, he was even more exhausted. These spirit veins did not have their own consciousness, so they could be controlled. However, they were naturally agile and had the characteristics of wandering and dispersing. They were also very sensitive to changes in spiritual energy. The most difficult part just now was not luring it over, but trapping it. Instead, for a full 6 hours, he was fully focused, such that his soul sense and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were in perfect harmony. It also required a large amount of soul power to prevent the spirit vein from escaping or spilling out. Therefore, the exhaustion was so great that it was no different from fighting against a strong enemy, fighting with all his strength for 6 hours. This spirit vein is indeed extremely difficult to control. No wonder that spiritual vein pearl needed at least a return to Sun Realm Spirit Master to craft. It would be extremely difficult to capture them. To draw it into the spiritual vein pearl, one would need a huge amount of soul power and precise control of spiritual energy. Every time he added a new one, the difficulty would increase tenfold. To find materials that could store spiritual veins would be even more difficult. My metal element spiritual vein pearl can store up to 5 spiritual veins, which is already really rare. Irin's external pill was worth a city. Today I was lucky to find this core. The spiritual veins within were originally really gentle, which was why the pearl could successfully upgrade. When the last bit of light was swallowed by the spiritual vein pearl, Zhongsho sat down cross-legged. Zhongsho sat cross-legged and entered meditation. Only when the darkness blooming Sirius gave out a spiritual energy fluctuation did he wake up. However, he still didn't recover much of his energy, and his eyes were still filled with exhaustion. His face was filled with excitement. With a thought, the thin film that Little Gold turned into started to spread around his upper arm. It then covered his chest and abdomen, as if it was a close-fitting silver armor that covered his entire upper body. Countless tiny needles drilled into his muscles and connected with his meridians and acupoints. At this moment, Xiao Jin seemed to be an extension of his physical body. At the same time, the spirit vein pearl, which had already advanced to the 4th grade, was also transmitting streams of immense spiritual power into Nietian's body through Xiao Jin. The energy in Zhongsho's body was suddenly filled up, surging and rumbling, continuously boiling. The strength of his entire body seemed to have increased by several times in an instant. The movement of his body caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, especially the interference of the metal element, to slowly increase. The true qi in his body moved, and he could gather large amounts of spiritual energy. This is Xiantian. A feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time rose up in Zhongsho's heart, and his mental state also fluctuated. Even at this moment, he used the power of the external pill to reach the Xiantian realm, but it still made it hard for him to control himself. At this moment, what was surging in his body was true qi, power that he could use as he pleased. Exhaling, Zhongsho stabbed out with his sword. At the tip of the lightning-toothed sword, a streak of sword energy shot out, giving out a sharp qi sound. Only when it was 60 feet out did it dissipate. Stone dust splattered, and a small hole appeared on the stone wall. It was extremely sharp and silent. It isn't the lightning element that I wanted, nor is it the water element that can fully display the cloud, shocking God, destroying sword intent. However, it has the sharpness of the metal element. No one below a spiritual weapon can block this sword. He also caused a hiltless black wave sword to fly out, not holding it in his hand. Only a thread of true power was injected into the sword, and another thread of sword energy surged out, reaching 70 feet. This sword had been nurtured by the broken blade sword for close to 200 years and had some metal fragment sword intent. At this moment, when Zhongsho injected large amounts of metal element spiritual energy into it, it instantly had a chemical reaction. My sword energy can reach 60 feet out, which means that my current physical strength can reach 60,000 kilograms. 30,000 kilograms of strength can be used to send energy out of the body. After that, for every 10,000 kilograms of strength, it can increase by 10 feet. If I go all out, I can go up against those Xiantian experts without spiritual vein pearls. Unfortunately, I am not a true Xiantian expert. Although I can use it, I can't use it for long. The reason why an earth wheel expert could surpass a body wheel expert in all aspects, apart from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to train the body. Using external forces to train the foundation chakra, breath chakra, marrow chakra, bone chakra, blood chakra, intellect chakra, organ chakra, and outer chakra. The biggest difference was merging with spiritual veins. Every time a chakra was formed, one could choose a spiritual vein to merge into the body and merge with the chakra. Other people could only rely on their physical strength to reach the mythic master realm before they could borrow some power from heaven and earth. However, Xiantian masters had many spiritual veins in their bodies that were self-sufficient and didn't fear drying up. How could body will experts fight against them? How could their physical strength not be strong? This was the reason why the martial artist stage was called the earth wheel level. Spiritual veins also had grades. Small spiritual veins relied on the energy of the earth, which was why they were called earth veins. Using the external pill could allow him to gain the strength to go up against Xiantian masters in a short period of time. However, the problem was that his body was still at the body will level, and his meridians were weak and couldn't support it. However, he didn't have much stamina. Once he fought with someone, no matter if he won or lost, he could only last for a cup of tea or two, so he wasn't worried about that. What was a pity was that grade 4 spiritual vein pearls didn't have much power to borrow. Using Little Gold's body to transfer power was even rarer. Zhongsho helplessly shook his head, and Little Gold's body started to retract. It once again gathered in his left hand, wrapping tightly around it like a protective wall. With this external pill, before I reach the Xiantian realm, I can handle it. Even if it were those grandmasters, I would still be able to escape unscathed. At this moment, I'm a little curious whether my dual meridian body can merge with spiritual veins. At the earth chakra realm, merging 18 spiritual veins into my body. Is that possible? Zhongsho was in deep thought, thinking back to the records of dual meridian body cultivation. There weren't any examples of success, and it wasn't specifically mentioned. Presumably, no one had done it before. However, this was a precedent. Presumably, no one had spiral meridians like his. No one could be like him, creating such a shocking spiritual art with water, fire, and lightning elements intertwining spirals. Suddenly, a ball of energy shot out from his palm. He looked at the blue and red chi forces that attracted and repelled each other. Zhongsho laughed, grabbing it and extinguishing it. Such a possibility made one look forward to it. However, it was still too early to think about it. It wouldn't be too late to think about it after he broke open the body wheel. Stepping off the ground, Zhongsho lightly floated to the side of the hole. He coldly looked at the darkness, blooming serious. The spiritual energy fluctuation of this item was extremely intense and unstable, like it was on the verge of exploding. Only when it reached an extreme did it stabilize. Then, the flower petals began to blossom at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhongsho held his breath. The pure, black color of the petals was extremely beautiful in his eyes. What flower is this? So beautiful. Chu Shui, who had long finished absorbing the Mind Stone, also walked to the side of the stone hole. Her face was filled with confusion. She unconsciously reached out her hand to touch it, but Zhong Shou grabbed it. When the darkness blooming Sirius completely bloomed, Zhong Shou didn't advance, but instead retreated. He brought Chu Shui and retreated 100 feet away. In the next moment, a ball of black mist was spat out. It spread for dozens of feet, silently corroding a large portion of the surrounding soil. When Chu Shui saw the situation, her face couldn't help but turn pale. Such a beautiful flower also contained lethal poison. Just now, if she had retreated a little slower, or if her hand had touched the flower, her body would have been melted. Zhong Shou was unfazed, directly casting a spell. He summoned a breeze to blow away the black mist. Only when there was nothing left did he go deeper and come to the side of the stone hole. Just as he was looking at the blooming and withering of the epiphyllum, the entire hole suddenly started to shake and sand started to fall. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed slightly as he looked into the distance. He could hear some people's voices, and there were many of them who were walking in this direction. Chapter 140. That sound spread out along with the slight wind in the tunnel and should be 20 miles away. Who knows how many explosive talismans were used to open up the path to give out such a huge sound. The speed at which they moved over was also really quick. In just an instant, they were close to 1,000 feet. Zhong Shou's expression didn't change. He was still calm as he quietly waited for the darkness blooming Sirius in front of him to wither. The last bit of petals also withered. Within the heart of the flower, there were finally 3 strawberry-like black fruits that slowly reached out. Just as these 3 fruits were about to fall to the ground, Zhong Shou caught them. The darkness blooming Sirius was poisonous, but these spiritual fruits weren't. Instead, they were fragrant and the color was tempting. When Zhong Shou received them, he immediately placed them into a porcelain bottle. Then, without hesitation, he used 2 spells to reduce the sound and smell, bringing Chu Shui to turn around and leave. However, just as they walked 5 to 6 miles before they even got close to the deep hole that he opened up, the voices from before were already inches away. Another branch of the tunnel that had been washed out by the underground stream was rapidly approaching. It was less than 2 li away from them. Hearing the footsteps get closer and closer, Zhong Shou's brows furrowed. Then, he felt helpless. With the speed of these people, they wouldn't be able to avoid them even if they wanted to. If they continued like this, they would be noticed sooner or later. Those auras that were getting closer didn't try to hide at all. There were many experts amongst them. Apart from a few Xiantian realm experts, there were even out-of-body realm spirit masters and martial ancestors. At this moment, he had such a huge treasure on him, so coming into contact with them wasn't a wise choice. Looking around, Zhong Shou had an idea. He looked up and saw that there was a natural depression in the dome. Thinking about it seriously, Zhong Shou once again used a sound-ending technique and a spirit silencing talisman. It caused the spiritual energy fluctuations and sounds to be temporarily silent. Then, he grabbed Chu Shui and headed towards the dome. As for the 3 stone puppets, they were climbing up the mountain. He inserted his hands and feet into the soil above him. After that, their bodies changed. In just a short moment, they were no different from ordinary granite, firmly covering their figures. The 2 of them had just hidden themselves and concealed their auras. From the hidden gap that was purposely left open, he saw a group of people walking over from the other side. The 2 people at the front were clad in heavy armor and looked like generals. Their footsteps were heavy, but they were both innate experts. After the 2 of them, there was another middle-aged man. He wore a green robe, and there were faint black spirit tattoos on his hands and neck. Looking at the pattern, it seemed to be a spirit array that extended all the way to his cheeks. A blue flame hung above his head, illuminating the cave as if it was daytime, but it also gave off a gloomy aura. Beside him was an old man in his 50s. His hair was dark red, and his eyes seemed to contain electricity. He gave off a valiant bandit aura. Behind them were 29 Meridian mythic masters. There's also a group of people who looked to be in a sorry state, being dragged along by these martial masters with chains. Most of them had the characteristics of beasts, to varying degrees. Some had beast ears, some had beast tails, and some had thick hair. However, all of them were covered in wounds and only had some broken footprints to cover their bodies. Their hands and feet were all shackled. Some of the more muscular ones had steel nails that pierced through their joints and bones, and some directly broke their tendons and tendons. Most of them could only use their hands and feet to barely keep up. If they were slightly slower, they would be whipped by the mythic masters. Chu Shui's body instantly tensed up. Zhong Shou's brows also furrowed. These people who were shackled were all from the monster race. Following which, he turned his gaze to the few people in front of him. Those two Xiantian masters weren't worth paying attention to. Not only could they not compare to 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling, but they were also far from deceitful sword Ren Qianshou and the others. At most, they were on the same level as that old man, surnamed Me, from Blood Spirit Valley Demon Corpse Mountain. Only that martial ancestor expert and the spirit master needed to pay attention to them. The former's aura was intense and stable, and his vital energy was strong. His martial path had obviously reached a certain level. As for that spirit master, he definitely came from a famous sect, or his teacher was an expert in the world. The spiritual formation on his body obviously came from a spirit master above the day wandering realm. Drawing the god talisman on his body, once he reached the night wandering realm, he would be able to grasp a certain amount of god talisman spells. This was similar to the god talisman spirit seed left by the Lingyun ancestor. However, the latter's methods were much better. As for drawing the god talisman on his body, unless it was someone he trusted and close to, he definitely couldn't do it. If it wasn't his teacher, it would be his family. These two people weren't easy to deal with. The 20 mythic masters behind them all moved as one, and their weapons and armor were all elite. That day he was able to kill Li Yaling, but he didn't have much confidence in dealing with these people. The middle-aged spirit master had just walked out of the fork in the road when he suddenly stopped and looked around suspiciously. That old man also stopped, his face filled with anticipation. "Mr. Mingjue, why did you stop? Did you notice something?" Mingjue shook his head, still looking around carefully. A moment later, he shook his head. "Maybe it's just my imagination, but the spiritual energy changes here seem a little unnatural. At this fork, where the energy flow intersects, it's a little too silent." That old man was slightly disappointed, following which he was deep in thought. "Speaking of which, I used my spiritual sense to sense and felt that this place wasn't right. Then I used my spiritual sense to sense it. Apart from the silence of spiritual energy, there wasn't anything abnormal. It most likely formed naturally. Looking at the distribution of the mind stones here, it seems a little rare." Mingjue didn't clear up his doubts, his brows still tightly furrowed, like he was stretching out his spiritual sense to sweep around. Then the old man's tone changed, and he said emotionally, "But this time, it's all thanks to Mr. Mingjue. If it wasn't for Mr. Mingjue's blood, origin finger spirit technique, I would have died. If you didn't use the god talisman spirit chi technique, I would have been fooled and thought that this place really only had a small grade 1 mine. No wonder that Shilianhai would spend so much effort to fight with me. They have mobilized more than 500,000 soldiers and invited dozens of innate masters to attack my Fanghua city. This time I really have to thank Mr. Mingjue." Hearing those words, Mingjue was a little distracted, smiling reservedly. "There's no need to thank me. Our Demon Flag sect isn't helping the City Lord for nothing. As long as City Lord Do remembers the agreement from before." Samuraim's eyes flashed. Since this old man who called himself Do Lingjin was the City Lord of Fanghua City, then the Shilianhai he spoke of was definitely the City Lord of Lianhai City. This Demon Flag sect had some background. Although it wasn't as strong as the 10 shrines and 19 spiritual houses, its sect's strength wasn't weak. The few spiritual lands it occupied added together were no weaker than the last few out of the 19 spiritual houses. The sect also had a few body-forming spirit masters and grandmaster level experts. However, this sect was one of the most authentic demon sections. Do Lingjin laughed out loud, showing a forthright and straightforward intent. "Of course, This stone mine should be above grade 2, a medium grade mine. In the future, all the production will be split 80-20. Fenghua City will take 20, with Demon Flag Sect will take 80. We won't go back on our words. However, that Lianhai City and the hidden sword villa behind it still need your sect to help me force them back. The last few sentences were obviously filled with probing intent. Mingjue scoffed coldly, not knowing whether to agree or disagree. He suddenly grabbed out with his hand, grabbing a few monster race members with tiger stripes in front of him. A few claw chains shot out from his sleeves, grabbing and lifting, breaking open their skulls. Within their brains, there seemed to be blood-colored bugs twisting and turning. Mingjue used a spell, and the heads of these few monster race members instantly burned with blood flames. All of a sudden, the entire hole was filled with painful cries. In just a moment, the blood flames spread all over their bodies. In Mingjue's hand, there was a ball of blood light that circled around his palm. A few breaths later, Mingjue's eyes were filled with disappointment. Weird. I checked before, and the core was nearby. However, after using the Blood Essence Finger Spirit technique several times, I still can't determine the direction. He looked behind him. Worry flashed across his brows. There aren't many materials left. At most, I can cast it twice. If I can't find it, I can only give up. Dou Lingjin's brows furrowed. If Mr. needs blood spirits, there are many starving people outside of Fenghua City who have no way to survive. Just let Mr. use them. I will accept City Lord Dou's good intentions. However, my Blood Essence Finger Spirit technique isn't so simple. Mingjue shook his head expressionlessly. The blood spirit sacrifices this technique must have a certain cultivation. The stronger the spiritual nature of the material, the more effective it is. This is why these monster race members are the best. These people have merged with the bloodline of ancient god beasts and are preserved perfectly. Using them to cast the technique is the best choice. So that's the case. Dou Lingjin was enlightened, and then broke out into a laugh. Speaking of which, these monster race members are really amusing. They don't want to be good people, but they want to work with those beasts and merge with the essence blood of god beasts. Aren't they no different from animals? Even their personalities are similar to those beasts, violent and barbaric. Speaking of which, I've always found it weird why the sects don't work together to wipe out these monsters. Before he finished, the mythic masters around all burst out into laughter, filled with mocking intent. Chu Shue's body was already trembling when she heard that, unable to control herself, and at this moment she nearly exploded from rage. Her eyes were filled with flames, but also some sadness and helplessness. Zhongsho was also silent. Based on the records, during the Cloud Desolate era, the ancient human race didn't have an advantage. Numerous beasts roamed the Cloud Desolate era, and there were also alien races that invaded. During the early stages of the Cloud Desolate era, the human race was nearly wiped out. Some of the human experts weren't willing to die, so they merged with the essence blood of various god beasts, barely turning the situation around. After tens of generations, the descendants of these people, as well as the experts that joined in, had billions of casualties. Only then did the human race become the ruler. Chapter 141. In the early days of the Cloud Desolate era, the human race was nearly wiped out. Some human experts weren't willing to die and merged with the essence blood of various god beasts. Only then did they barely turn the situation around. After tens of generations, the descendants of these people, as well as the experts who joined in, had hundreds of millions of deaths. Only then did the human race become the ruler of the world. However, the human race of the Cloud World was only peaceful for 100 years before they started to reject those who merged with beast blood, seeing them as aliens. They were either killed or captured as slaves. Only when a monster race became independent and formed their own race did the situation turn for the better. However, the situation only turned for the better. There were still many human race cities that hunted and killed the monster race. from the end of the Cloud Desolate era to before the God Emperor era. In a short span of 10,000 years, the number of clans had decreased from 774 at their peak to 423. A total of 300 races were hunted down and wiped out in these 10,000 years. The remaining monster race were looked down upon by numerous people and treated as livestock. After 10,000 years, the monster race that died in the hands of the human race could be counted in the hundreds of millions. In such a situation, how could Chushue not be furious and sad? He had the identity of a monster king prince and had Gantian Mountain to rely on. Even if the human race looked down on him, they didn't dare to show it. They also couldn't show any disrespect, so he didn't feel that kind of discrimination. Only now did he deeply understand the disdain and animosity that spread amongst the humans, as well as the helplessness and sadness of the monster race. They were like trapped beasts, their situation worsening day by day, with no way out. If 10,000 years ago, those human race experts who fought against the fate of being wiped out and merged with the god-beast bloodline knew that their descendants would face such a tragic situation, who knows what they would think? Would they sacrifice themselves for the lives of others to merge with the god-beast bloodline? Would they fight to the death with those beasts and alien races, causing their descendants to be scolded as animals and hunted down and humiliated? Suddenly, a depressed feeling gathered in his chest. Zhongsho sighed helplessly, rolling his eyes as he looked at the stone wall above in a daze. In his last life, he was born in the human race. Occasionally, when he looked at those historical records that were changed beyond recognition, he would sigh sadly for the monster race. However, at most, he felt some pity for them. He had no intention of overturning the case for them. However, his current body was a half-monster, the prince of the Gantian Mountain Monster King, the future master of millions of monster race. In just 150 years, the entire Cloud World's monster race was nearly wiped out. He didn't have the heart to turn the tide of the Cloud World around for the monster race. However, at that time, how could Zhongsho stay out of trouble? Speaking of which, this Do Lingjin was so cruel and heartless to his own race, his own people. There was no need to think about his attitude towards the demon race. It was said that the demons were cruel, bloodthirsty, and aggressive. However, this Fenghua city Lord Do Lingjin wasn't much better. One could even say that he was worse than an animal. Extinction? Mingjue shook his head and curled his lips in disdain. If the demon race is really extinct, where will our demon flag sect find such good blood spirit materials? Nearly 20% of the devil sect's techniques required the bloodline of the demon clan's divine beasts. Don't let my master hear your words. Otherwise, you will definitely be reprimanded. So that's the case. Do Lingjin didn't feel awkward, laughing involuntarily before his expression changed. Speaking of the monster race, I thought of something really funny. Just yesterday, a Xiantian master came to my door and sent over many beast crystals, a few of which were actually grade 5. He said that he was ordered by the Gantian Mountain Monster King Prince to buy grain to give those riders a way to live. Mr. Mingjue, don't you think it's funny? Was there something wrong with this Demon King's son's brain? Recently, I was worried about the army gathering and not being able to spend enough. So someone sent the money over himself. Unfortunately, Shi Lianhai, that dumb fellow, also got some beast crystals and was prepared to send people to the nearby cities to buy rice to prepare to open the granary. I can't just keep everything to myself. Although those lowly commoners are annoying, they're still useful. His words were filled with mockery. Zhongsho acted like he didn't hear anything, sitting quietly. On the side of Mingjue, his brows furrowed, showing a wary expression. Gantian Mountain Monster King Prince? The son of Zhong Weiran, the legendary dual Meridian Zhongsho? It is that trash. Do Lingjin nodded his head, a dark and vicious expression appearing in his eyes. Is Mr. Mingjue interested in doing this with me? Since this person can take out so many beast crystals, he definitely has many on him. After the matter, we can push the blame to Shi Lianhai. Even if this matter is leaked, with Demon Flag Sect supporting you, I can join Yinxiao Mountain or Blazing Flame Mountain. No matter how strong Gantian Mountain is, they can't do anything to you and me. When he heard that, Zhongsho instinctively grinned, thinking to himself that this Dolingjin was really a vicious person with a bandit nature. He really didn't have any morals at all. Before this, he was scolding the monster race, and now he wanted to seek protection from them. Chu Shui was so furious that her lungs nearly exploded, her right hand pressing on her sword, her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent. She really wanted to jump down and slice that Dolingjin into millions of pieces. Mingjue was obviously tempted. After taking a deep breath, he shook his head slightly. This matter has many implications. Let's talk about it later. We need a plan. If we want this matter to be flawless, we need to make some preparations. The ball of bloodlight in his hand spun for a full 10 minutes, but it still didn't point out a direction. Then it slowly dimmed. When it finally shattered, it let out a soft, peeling sound. Numerous blood droplets splattered all about. At the same time, the demon corpses that were burning with blood flames also collapsed and turned into fine powder. Mingjue scoffed softly. His face was really ugly, like his vital energy was greatly depleted. However, he didn't care. That claw chain once again piercing out from his sleeves and pulling a demon raccoon race teen in front of him. Then he directly tore apart the clothes of this monster race young girl and fiercely bit down on her neck. His hands weren't idle, moving up and down her body. The more this teen struggled, the more excited Mingjue was, blood appearing on his face once more. The people around, including Dolingjin, didn't care. They all looked away, giggling as they turned their gazes to the side. Seeing that demon raccoon race girl's body turn ashen white at a visible rate, Chu Shui's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. She wanted to pull out her sword several times, but she suppressed it. She could only close her eyes and bite her lips, causing a thread of blood to seep out. She wanted to save her, but she couldn't take it anymore. However, she knew that if she acted carelessly, she would drag down her young master. The only thing she could do was to not see it. Zhongsho at the side laughed silently. Almost at the same time, the 3 stone puppets loosened their limbs and fell down with a loud rumble. A black sword light mixed in the dust and sand, stabbing towards where Mingjue was. Dolingjin scolded and insulted him, but he didn't care. The two of them colluding to kill and rob him. He was too lazy to bother. However, at this moment, he wasn't willing to sit still and not look on. He didn't know any theories and didn't care about his life or death. He only knew that at this moment, he just needed to pull out his sword. If he wanted to pull out his sword, if he was angry, he would kill. Why'd he need a reason? He didn't feel pity, nor did he feel rage. In his heart, he just wanted to see blood and kill. That sword light arrived in front of Mingjue in the blink of an eye. Dolingjin was first shocked, but then he reached out with a palm to grab the Black Wave sword. Where did this scoundrel come from? He hollered, his voice shaking the entire tens of miles of the hole. More and more sand, and sand fell down. The sound wave also caused the sword attack of the Black Wave sword to slow down. Dolingjin's hand, on the other hand, emitted countless earthen yellow energy. Like a giant claw, it slapped down towards the Black Wave sword. However, just as it was about to hit, the Black Wave sword in the air suddenly turned illusionary and collapsed. At the same time, another black flying sword appeared 30 feet away. Dolingjin's pupils constricted. That giant yellow claw stretched out once more and continued to slap over. The sword's shadow flashed and spun, easily avoiding it. However, with that moment of delay, Mingjue reacted. He tossed the demon raccoon race girl to the side, crazily retreating. The tens of talismans in his sleeves shot out like they didn't cost any money. Then, in his field of vision, the black sword shadow made an extremely ingenious turn and circled around the naked girl's body. The sword light changed, either avoiding or forcefully piercing through. It was still nimble and elegant, sharply and swiftly stabbing over. At this moment, there was one martial ancestor and 2 Xiantian masters nearby. However, no one was able to help. Mingjue cried out unwillingly, tossing out a golden pill. Just as the sword light was about to reach his body, a golden thin layer exploded out. However, before the golden glow covered his body, that black sword light had already sliced and sliced. It sliced off his entire left arm. Blood splattered everywhere, and a wail of anguish suddenly resounded through the pit. Dolingjin's face instantly turned green, following the spinning sword light as he looked over. Killing intent exploded out in his eyes. "Who are you? You dare to ambush us here?" Those mythic masters all took out their bows, pointing at where the dust was, their eyes sharp. Mingjue, whose arm was cut off, had a venomous expression on his face. Zhongsho sighed. He knew that the terrain of this hole was the worst for people like him. Being shot by tens of strong bows, no matter how strong he was, it would be tough for him to handle. Furthermore, his cultivation was average, not even Xiantian. Amongst these people, there was even a martial ancestor who was only a little weaker than Li Yaling. With a self-mocking scoff, Zhongsho stepped out of the smoke, his hand holding the hilt of the lightning-toothed sword as he looked across expressionlessly. Only in the depths of his eyes was a hesitant expression. His chances of winning today's battle weren't high. Even if he could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He would be fine, but Chu Shui would be heavily injured. The only way to win was the sword that he had sealed for 10 years, the death of the Styx River. Chapter 142. The dust slowly dissipated, and Mingjue and the other mythic masters could finally see the two people within. Dolingjin had already frowned. As a martial ancestor expert, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. When true qi and spiritual energy gathered in his eyes, he could see everything within a few miles. Just dust couldn't block his vision. He was slightly confused, but in the next moment, when his eyes swept across Zhongsho's face and the cat ears on Chu Shui's head, he was shocked. "You are that Gantian mountain prince?" That face was a little familiar. Not long ago, he had seen it on the portrait that the Yunxia mountain people sent over. Even tens of breaths ago, he was planning to steal the treasures that this person brought with him. Who knew that in just a short moment, this person would be in front of him? He couldn't help but feel delighted. Wasn't this mine the best place to kill? Following which he felt a little confused. The teen in front of him had no internal energy or soul power. As the rumors said, he was a dual meridian trash who couldn't cultivate. But the spiritual sword that sliced off Mingjue's arm could only be done by a spirit master who could drive artifacts into the air. The 3 stone puppets were comparable to a 9 meridian mythic master, and they also needed to be above the out-of-body realm to be able to use them. He instinctively thought that the Tiger Cat race team beside him was controlling them. But looking closely, he realized that this girl was only a peak 9 meridian mythic master. The soul power that she gave off was normal, not even at the spirit cultivation realm. Then who was controlling the spiritual sword and the 3 stone puppets? Instantly, a bunch of questions rose up in his head. Mingjue was startled, looking closely at Zhongsho's face, flames burning in his eyes. And when his gaze swept across Chu Shui, his eyes lit up. Touching the wound on his left arm, Mingjue's face couldn't help but twist, laughing viciously. "Why do you care who he is? That guy, capture him alive. I want him to burn for 10 days until he dies, to ease the hatred of my broken arm. I also want that girl. My devil spirit flag just so happens to lack a blood thrall." Hearing this, Dolingjin suddenly came to his senses and laughed involuntarily. It didn't matter who was controlling the spiritual sword and the 3 stone puppets, or what was strange about them. As long as they were captured, why should they care so much? His eyes shone brightly as he casually made a hand gesture. The 20 strong bows behind him gave out a series of pong-pong sounds. 20 huge arrows as thick as fingers pierced through the air. In just 10 breaths of time, several powerful and sharp arrows were shot out of the bow. Following closely behind were the 2 Xiantian martial masters. He was wearing heavy iron armor, but his movements were like a nimble cat running through the mountains. His movements were gentle and swift. While guarding against the black wave sword that was flying in the air, he quickly approached. When the arrows hit the three stone puppets, stone fragments immediately swirled in the air. One after another, a series of ding, ding, dang, dang, dang sounds could be heard. The force of the arrows caused the puppet's huge body to continuously retreat. Chushue's eyes couldn't help but be filled with worry. However, Zhongsho, who was beside her, was still in a daze, not reacting at all. Another 10 over arrows struck over, and the three stone puppets were full of holes, unable to block them all. Only the stone slab was extremely firm, but it could only deflect away a small portion of the arrows. Chu Shui was instantly anxious, instinctively wanting to block in front of Zhongsho. However, just as she moved, she was grabbed by a strong hand. When she turned her head, she saw that Zhongsho was smiling as he looked forward. The hesitation in his eyes had long since faded away, and only a trace of helplessness and cold determination remained in his eyes. Chu Shui's mind relaxed, but she was also stunned. The current Zhongsho gave her a different feeling. In the past, no matter if he laughed or scolded her, she would feel really close to him. However, at this moment, although Zhongsho was still smiling, in her eyes, he didn't seem like a living person. He seemed to have no emotions and was exceptionally cold. Suddenly, she felt a chill down her spine, only to feel that the surrounding temperature had suddenly turned dark and cold. The wind in the hole was originally really cold, but it wasn't as chilling as now. Her blood and vital energy felt like it was about to freeze. In the next moment, she heard Zhongsho say expressionlessly, "Shui, close your eyes." Chu Shui was startled. At this moment, she could die in an instant. So how could she close her eyes? She didn't have the ability to fight blindly. Her eyes hesitated for a moment, but Chu Shui still closed her eyes. Just now, Zhongsho's voice was exceptionally solemn and serious. Anyways, no matter what, she would listen to her young master's orders, no matter if she lived or died. Her eyes darkened, and there was a clanging sound by her ear. Chu Shui tried to use her mind to discern. It was the sound of the lightning tooth sword coming out of its sheath. This incomplete spiritual weapon was wrapped up by little gold, and it actually boiled up and hung in midair. Then, Zhongsho's voice rang out once more. "Remember, without my instructions, don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes." Chu Shui was startled once more. What was going on? Why couldn't she open her eyes? Her heart sank, and a bad feeling rose up. If it was her young master, he knew that he couldn't win and was prepared to go all out against these people. He didn't let her look to protect herself. All of a sudden, Chu Shui's heart was in a mess. Her eyelids moved slightly, struggling. At this moment, Zhongsho didn't have anything else in his mind. He wasn't willing to use this sealing sword. However, with the situation today, he had no choice but to use it. Sighing, the colding power around him instantly became much thicker. The moss on the sides of the underground stream also started to wither. Numerous death energy wrapped around his right hand. Yellow spring, dead water, blue sky, cold waves. Zhongsho gave out a light shout, his hand reaching out. When he reached the lightning tooth sword, his right hand had already turned ashen white like a dead person. He didn't have any signs of life at all. The 3,000 strands of hair on his head, from top to bottom, all turned white in an instant. When the true chi surged out, there was a soft zhong sound. On the lightning tooth sword, threads of lightning flashed. The world's shocking true energy wrapped around fire and water seeped out from the tip of the sword. It merged with the ashen white energy. There was no disharmony and no rejection. The water of the yellow springs and the waves of the blue sky were formed by the chi of death. The death energy was mixed with the laws of the heavens. Anything could lead to death, be it the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, or light, darkness, yin, yang, wind, lightning. No matter which one it was, they all contained the power of death, which was why there was no disharmony. Instead, they resonated with one another and merged together like milk. Zhongsho's light shout continued. The sword light waved, bringing with it a gray shadow. The colding power and the ashen white death energy seemed to have turned into the Nether River, surging and flowing in this underground space. Een River Gathering, 9 Underworld Gate. This sword connects to the underworld, announcing your death. Along with this voice, Zhongsho seemed to have disappeared from this world. He merged into one with the Nether River. At this moment, apart from Chu Shui, who was hesitating whether or not to open her eyes, the first to feel the change in Zhongsho were the 2 Xiantian masters, who were originally filled with killing intent and had vicious expressions on their faces. Their pupils constricted, revealing a look of terror. However, at this moment, the gray sword shadow suddenly went from being extremely still to extremely moving. Purple lightning flashed. This sword seemed like it didn't have a physical body, piercing out from the underworld and arriving in front of their eyes like a ghost. Even the heavy armor on the bodies of the 2 Xiantian masters was useless. They couldn't even sense it, as the armor on their necks was pierced through like rotten bamboo, following which their necks felt the cold intent of the weapon. All of a sudden, they were terrified. When they came back to their senses, the person whose body was wrapped in ashen white death energy had already passed through the gap between them without any hesitation. A short moment later, they were shocked to realize that they weren't dead. There was no blood seeping out from the wound on their necks. However, just as the 2 of them were delighted and looking at one another, they were both startled as they looked at one another. They saw that the person opposite them was withering and drying up at a shocking speed. Not only did he have no strength left, but his skin was also instantly aging and even swiftly rotting. The entire process was frightening to the extreme, and it also made people feel despair. There was only one thought left in their hearts. What sword was this? So terrifying, so overbearing. Zhongsho's body was still speeding forward. Using the power of the external pill, one leap was 100 feet. The sword shadow flashed and easily deflected all the arrows that were shot over. 1,000 feet of distance was covered in just an instant. Dolingjin's face was ashen white. Looking at the ashen white sword, his eyes were filled with fear, feeling that the situation was really weird. The ashen white person in front of him seemed to be extremely dangerous. How could the Gantian Mountain Prince, who was rumored to be a piece of trash, know martial arts? Moreover, it was a dual cultivator and had out a body realm cultivation. Where did this movement technique and sword technique come from? So weird? Without having time to think, Mingjue shot out a few talismans right away. They turned into many fire dragons in midair, charging forwards and biting. The claw chains and sleeves also shot out, wrapping around Zhongsho and grabbing at him, only to see the ashen white sword flash, and the fire dragons in the sky disappeared without a trace. The second sword was waved out, and those 10 overclaw chains were all used up. In front of that ashen white sword, it was like anything was rotten wood and could be easily sliced apart. Dolingjin originally pulled out his weapon and slashed down in an overbearing manner. The sharp knife energy directly opened a several-foot-deep mark on the stone wall beside him. Seeing the situation, he took in a deep, cold breath. In his memory, there was only one person who could use such a sword technique. Dark Sword, you are Yunxia Mountain's Dark Sword Lu Qing? The moment he said those words, Dolingjin felt that it wasn't right. Rumors had it that Lu Qing was a muscular male close to 40 years old. However, the teen in front of him wasn't even 15 and didn't seem like he had changed his appearance. And this sword, although he had initial Xiantian cultivation and was barely able to use sword strength. However, what he felt at this moment was a sense of death that directly entered his heart. It was like no matter how the sword's strength changed, no matter how one tried to block it, one wouldn't be able to change the outcome. This sword strike was a few times stronger than the nether sword, Lu Qing. To be continued. Chapter 143. Being stunned by the sword intent, Dolingjin's heart nearly stopped beating, terrified to the extreme. His entire body felt ice cold, freezing his marrow, until that gray-white sword stabbed in front of his eyes. Only then did Dolingjin's eyes regain a bit of focus. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The vital energy in his body boiled, like a flame burning to chase out the cold intent. Rage surged like a volcano erupting. What sneaky thing, Taiji domain, settling knife die. That knife energy exploded out, filling up the cave. A full 150,000 kilograms of strength gathered on the knife. He took a step forward, and the entire pit shook. Dirt and sand fell once more, like it was about to collapse. When this knife was slashed out, it was enough to split mountains. Within 40 feet, the entire area was covered in an earth-yellow glow. Who cares what evil technique, what sword intent, he was confident that he could forcefully shatter it. However, Zhongsho's body seemed like it didn't have a physical body, getting close like a ghost. The sword stabbed out like it came from the netherworld, not existing in this world. With a ding, it struck the seven-ring giant knife in his hand, causing sparks to explode. That large knife, which was a grade 2 spiritual weapon, had a giant hole. Dolingjin could only feel that he had lost control of the strength in his body. The blade of his saber slashed to the side uncontrollably. That half-monster teen's body was like a leaf, lightly retreating. The death energy around his body also became thicker and thicker. Dolingjin only felt a sense of loss. At this moment, he was filled with shock as he raised his head and looked over once more. In the next moment, he was attracted by the eyes of that half-monster teen, only to see that those long and narrow phoenix eyes were also filled with a gray-white energy. There was no human emotion at all, totally expressionless, like a death god holding a sickle looking down from above. All of a sudden, Dolingjin didn't even have any thoughts of fleeing, giving up all hope. He was unable to dodge that sword and had no strength to dodge. Like when the sword was slashed out, he was destined to die. He could no longer control the seven-ringed saber in his hand and the chi and blood in his body. Wisps of grayish-white death chi began to spread from the saber into his body. It was incomparably cold, cutting off all of his life force. Even when he tried his best, he was unable to expel it. Coincidentally, the situation of the two Xiantian masters in front of him was reflected in his eyes. Dolingjin couldn't help but take a deep breath. What kind of F***king evil technique is this? What a strange swordsmanship. Was this person a human or a ghost? Which branch of the devil's sect did he come from? Did I see wrongly? Is this really the rumored dual meridian body, the Gantian Mountain Prince? Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhongsho's figure stopped retreating. A sword flashed forward and arrived in front of him. He directly tapped the space between his eyebrows. Similarly, there was no blood-red light. It was as light as a feather as it swept past him like a ghost. With a flash of his figure, he traversed dozens of feet. Sword light scattered everywhere. In a few breaths, a few mythic masters were also tapped on the space between their eyebrows by that gray sword shadow. Without Xiantian's strength, the speed at which their life force disappeared was much faster. In an instant, their bodies were grayish-white and rotting. Mingjue, who was standing behind them, couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. He hollered, driving a round plate. His body flew up into the air, swiftly fleeing into the distance. Zhongsho didn't chase. A silver glow flashed in his sleeves, and a flying knife shot out. It was tens of times faster than his body. With a flash, it was already behind Mingjue. Mingjue's head was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly charged to the side, turning into another path. Just as he thought that he had temporarily avoided death, that knife light suddenly spun and struck right at him. Spiritual sense locking, flying knife, changing direction. How is that possible? Mingjue cursed out, a golden pearl shooting out from his sleeves, turning into a golden thin film. Just at that moment, that knife suddenly turned illusionary, like it had turned into numerous knives. It pierced through the golden barrier like a hot knife through butter, piercing through his throat. That sharp knife attack didn't reduce in the slightest, pulling him back and pinning him to the wall above. Mingjue was in total despair. The energy on the knife was crazily destroying the meridians in his body. His blood vessels exploded and blood spurted out. Although he wasn't dead, he had no more life force. He was shocked and lost in his heart. Why does this knife have the cloud, shocking God, destroying sword intent? Also, why is that person's sword so terrifying? Is it a branch of the demon sect? Why haven't I heard of it before? Am I Mingjua going to die here? How hateful. At that moment, the place was deathly silent. Those mythic masters weren't dead, but they couldn't make a sound. They could only look on in fear at the changes in their companions. As for the monstrous slaves, they were also stunned. They stared fixedly at the scene before them, unable to believe what they were seeing. Shushue was really curious. What happened? Why was the cave so quiet? She wanted to open her eyes, but she didn't want to go against Zongsho's wishes. She could only put on a bitter face, feeling really troubled. Out of all of them, only Dolingjin could still move. She forced herself to turn around. Her eyes, which were gradually dimming, stared at the white-haired, white-robed figure who stood among the crowd with a long sword in his hand. Who are you? What's the origin of that swordsmanship? He knew that he had no chance of living, so he only wanted to know who killed him. Where did the strange swordsmanship that took his life come from? Zongsho's expression was still calm, his face ashen white. Only his eyes regained some warmth. After a short while, Dolingjin's eyes showed disappointment. Only then did he sigh. Didn't you know my identity long ago? As for this sword technique, it is called Styx River Death Announcing. Styx River Death Announcing Sword. Dolingjin was startled, following which he laughed out loud in a maniacal manner. Styx River Death Announcing. As expected, when the Styx River intersects, the sword announces death. When this teen used this sword technique, he was destined to die. However, he was unwilling. Within Fenghua City, there were numerous beauties and wine waiting for him to enjoy. With this grade 2 stone mine, even if he could only get 20% of the output, it was enough for him to recruit troops and expand his army to conquer the world. Why did he have to meet such a monster? Yinsha Mountain also caused a lot of harm. With his prince's sword technique cultivation, 10 years later, who in Donglin Cloud Continent could match up to him? Wouldn't he be even more terrifying than Zone Weiran? Even if he didn't bump into him this time, a few days later, when he acted, he would die under this person's sword. He felt his last bit of life, his last bit of strength leaving his body. Dolingjin took in a deep breath, suddenly cursing out towards the sky. God, you are ing cheating me. You want me to die in the hands of this monster. Your ancestors. Zongsho's brows furrowed as he glanced at Dolingjin. Although he hated and despised this person, this was the will of the heavens. He also had some grievances. Hearing Dolingjin scold him, he felt really comfortable. Suddenly, he was shocked. Zongsho turned his head, only to see that Chu Shui had already opened her eyes. She was startled as she looked at the scenes in front of her, looking at the corpses in front of her rotting, withering, and then slowly turning into sand and dust before collapsing. When she looked at Zongsho, her eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. Zongsho laughed awkwardly. This brat couldn't take it in the end. He knew that this situation had a huge impact on her heart. Even if Chu Shui had been through bloodshed and massacring, she still couldn't take it. He looked at his hand. The ashen white energy had already dissipated. The surrounding nether cold power had all retreated a few breaths ago. However, his hand was still ashen white. Although the death energy didn't enter his body, it still affected his body. If one looked carefully, one could see that his skin had aged to the point where he was close to middle age. Luckily, his skin was shedding now. In 3 days, he would be able to recover. This was the price of using the Styx River Death Sword. With his current cultivation, every 8 minutes he used it, he would lose a month of lifespan. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the death energy gathered and the more lifespan it consumed. Even an ascended ancestor with thousands of years of lifespan wouldn't be able to take it. However, this was secondary. The true price wasn't this. Every time he used the Heart Sutra of the Styx River Death Sword, his emotions would become a little colder. The more he accumulated, the more he would become a person with no emotions. Chu Shui's words made sense. Things weren't split into good and bad. If one used it for good, it would be good. If one used it for evil, it would be evil. However, if the attack itself could affect one's personality, then it would only be a tragedy. This was the essence of evil techniques in his last life. It took him a long time to recover the emotions of a normal person. This sword technique went against the harmony of the heavens. If it was possible, he didn't want to use it in his entire life. He also didn't want Chu Shui to see him looking like a human, but not a human, like a demon, but not a demon. Sighing, Zhongsho kept the lightning-toothed sword. At this moment, Little Gold seemed to be affected by the death energy, its body freezing up. Zhongsho was busy injecting true qi into Little Gold's body to warm it up. Following which, Chu Shui's eyes were filled with worship. Young master, when your hair is white, you are so handsome and cool. Chu Shui learned the word handsome and cool from Zhongsho, but she didn't know what it meant. However, at this moment, she could only think of these two words to describe her young master. Just as she was thinking about how it would be best if the white hair didn't change back. Just like Zhongsho's hair. It started from the bun, and in a blink of an eye, it turned black. Zhongsho didn't know whether to laugh or cry, scoffing coldly. He then looked at those monster race slaves, his face turning cold. That demon raccoon race girl had lost her life long ago. Her essence energy was sucked dry by the bright technique, and she only lasted for a few breaths. The situation of the other people also made one's hair stand up, only to see many blood-colored bugs crawling out of their mouth, nose, and ears. What made one feel depressed was that these people didn't feel anything at all. Zhong Shaoxin's heart sunk ice cold. These were the methods of the Demon Flag sect. He shouldn't have had any hope. The only thing he could think of was to let these people free themselves quickly. Chapter 144. A giant ball of flame shot out, lighting up the sky. It was similar to the Pill Fountain sect's fire talisman. However, when this ball of flame exploded, it formed a giant heavenward that didn't disappear for a long time. Just below where the flame shone, two carriages were lined up side by side. Beside them, there were tens of strong wildebeests and some people. An old man in his 60s sat on the roof of one of the carriages. His face was hairy, his brows were thick, and his body had tiger stripes. His eyes were like wheels, shining brightly. His aura was really serious, and he looked really majestic. At this moment, his face was really ugly as he looked forward. Where did your young master go? Why isn't he here? He knows that he is in a killing situation, so why is he running around? Is this how you protect your young master? In front of the old man stood Yin Yang and Lien Fan respectfully. The former was expressionless and didn't move at all. The latter, on the other hand, was a little awkward. As the coachman, he had the responsibility of protecting Zhongsho. However, when he finished and rushed back, Zhongsho was already gone. A full 2 days had passed, and there was still no sign of him. Behind the old man was a 30-year-old man. His aura was really strong, and his body was really muscular. His face was really dark and solemn, and there was nothing special about him. There were 3 long whiskers by his lips. At this moment, they were shaking like they were really angry. On the roof of the other carriage stood Xianyuan Irin and Li Yunyang. When she heard the words of the old man, her brows furrowed as she looked at Li Yunyang with a reproachful expression. Do you know where the prince went, or at least which direction he went? Why didn't you ask clearly? Li Yunyang shook her head and pointed to the hills beside as a reply. She felt really bitter in her heart. With that demon's personality, how would she dare to ask? Even if she did, Zhongsho wouldn't bother. She saw clearly that the young master treated her like a mosquito. He felt disgusted and didn't want to bother about her. Yin Yang was really calm. On the contrary, the old man's eyes were wide open, and he stared so hard that his eyes were a little dry. He scoffed once more and closed his eyes. Why aren't you speaking? Are you mute? Yin Yang moved his body and bowed slightly. Sir, please don't be impatient. I think the young master won't take long to rush back. With young master's abilities, he will definitely be safe and sound. With young master's abilities, how could he be safe and sound? Hu Chinchio really don't know what ability the prince has. Before Yin Yang, entered the Oblivion Cloud Ocean, he would most probably order that person to protect the prince. However, although that fellow is a Xuanwu ancestor, he is heavily injured. Usually, the crown prince still needs you to protect him. How can you say this so matter-of-factly? The old man sneered and looked at Yin Yang coldly. Can you tell me now? You've traveled thousands of miles and traveled for 20 days and nights just to invite me here. What is it for? You know that although I, Hu Qinxiu, am loyal to King Weiran, I have a responsibility to protect my race. If it's really as you said, then it's fine if you can convince me to support the crown prince. If not, I, Hu Qinxiu, will personally take the prince's life. In case the next Gantian Mountain Monster King takes his anger out on my Iron Tiger race. Xin Yuan Irin held her breath, her cherry lips trembling, her fists unknowingly clenched tightly. Lian Fan and Yin Yang were expressionless and didn't care at all. Even Li Yunyang didn't feel that this threat had a chance of being realized. Her face was filled with anxiousness. Why hasn't that person rushed back yet? Yin Yang smiled and shook his head. Yin Yang doesn't dare to take matters into his own hands. Even if I say it, Sir most probably won't believe me. It's better to wait for the prince to rush back and personally tell Sir. Sir, don't worry. The prince won't disappoint you. Hearing those words, Hu Qinxiu didn't agree or disagree. The middle-aged man behind him burst out laughing. Won't disappoint my father? During these 10 years, the prince has disappointed everyone in Gantian Mountain. What rights does he have to say that he won't disappoint father? Ah, that's right. We don't have much hope, so naturally we won't be disappointed. Yin Yang kept silent and didn't speak. Hu Qinxiu's eyes turned cold as he scolded. Hu Zhongyuan, shut up. No matter what, the prince is my brother Weiran's. If you say anything bad about him, do you believe that I will toss you into the cloud ocean? Hu Zhongyan was startled, bitterly keeping his mouth shut, his face filled with unwillingness. Hu Qinxiu once again looked into the sky, only to see that the gone word was slowly dimming. He couldn't help but frown. Send out another talisman. Don't stop. Since you want to wait for the prince to return, then wait for him to return. I will wait here for him for half a day. Treat it as me doing something for Brother Weiran. Xin Yuan Irin's brows instantly furrowed slightly. To be able to make Hu Qinxiu satisfied with Zhongshu's current situation, how would he be satisfied? Was he referring to the Meridian Spirit Pill and the Mysterious Sense Pill? However, that only had a small chance of him being able to cultivate. However, this Hu Qinxiu seemed to have been specially invited by Zhongshu by Yin Yang. What confidence did he have to be so confident? The gone-word flame once again lit up the night sky. At the same time, within tens of miles, everyone was looking into the sky. Zhongling was the same, frowning as she looked into the sky, her eyes filled with confusion. Is this flame talisman really free? What kind of tricks were they playing? Feng Xiao, is there really a Xuanwu ancestor there? Feng Xiao wasn't sure, looking at the Xiantian expert who was quietly riding on a wind rider foal with a sword in his hand. Seeing the latter nod his head, he frowned. His aura is like a dragon, like a golden pillar. He has reached the peak of the human world. Most probably, this person must be a person with shocking pride to not hide it at all. His strength is most probably not simple. This is the first time I have seen such an arrogant Xuanwu ancestor. He seems familiar, like I've seen him before. Is he the Xuanwu ancestor besides Zhongshu that day? Zongling's face was filled with doubt. Taking a deep breath, she urged the horse forwards. Let's rush over to take a look. Young master, you can't. This person's vital energy is overflowing. There are no signs of him being weak. It most probably isn't that person. Moreover, we don't have any Xuanwu ancestor experts. Feng Xiao hurriedly tried to persuade her, but seeing that Zhongling didn't listen and was already going all out, he could only helplessly urge the horse forwards. Along with the few Xiantian masters around him, they followed. When Zhongshu climbed out of the hundreds of feet hole, for hours had passed. Although he wasn't injured, the Styx River Death Sword took a huge toll on his body. If it wasn't for the lightning phoenix essence in his body, he wouldn't have been able to recover. However, The time was mainly wasted on clearing the traces and destroying the corpses. When he obtained the darkness blooming Sirius, he didn't think about this matter. However, now that he had killed these people, he had to deal with it. That Dolingen was okay. Although he was a city lord, it was okay if he killed him. Only that Mingjue was a little problematic. He was really clear about the methods of the true demon sections. Within the sect, there were usually many internal conflicts. Occasionally, there would be people who would die. Most of the time, they died due to the methods of their fellow sect members. Survival of the fittest was the most heartless. However, once a disciple was killed by an outsider or died due to sect matters, the revenge wouldn't end until one of them was dead. Thinking back to the dozens of monster race slaves that had already died, Zongsho sighed. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a disaster for these people when he acted. It allowed them to be free from torture, but it also directly caused them to die faster. However, this time he did find something good on Mingjue's body. Those demon artifacts and talismans all had their origins and couldn't be used in front of others. However, this item was the only one that didn't matter. When he jumped out of the ground, Zongsho had just stabilized himself. He looked at the huge, fire-colored gone word in the sky. Message talisman? Zongsho's brows rose up in shock. In the entire Donglin Cloud continent, only Gantian Mountain used the gone word as a message talisman. In the next moment, he understood. Most probably the person he invited had already rushed over. Calculating the time, it was about time. He couldn't help but smile. The message talisman continued. It seemed like that person couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't stay here for long. The deaths of Dolingen and Mingjue couldn't be hidden for long. In just a few hours, it would affect the Fenghua City Army. Once one side won, there would definitely be people who would enter the hole to take a look. He didn't waste any more time. Zongsho grabbed Chu Shui and dashed forwards, activating the lightning traveling spirit bone to swiftly pass through the mountains. However, after a short while, Zongsho's face was filled with helplessness. Chu Shui, how long are you going to stare at me for? Haven't you seen enough? Of course, Shui can't see enough of young master. Chu Shui actually nodded her head confidently, following which she revealed a regretful and vexed expression, especially when his hair turned white. He was really handsome. Shui shouldn't have listened to young master and opened her eyes in advance. Why don't young master use the Styx River Death sword to change your hair and let Shui see? Young master, Shui begs you. Before she finished, Zongsho couldn't take it anymore, smashing Chu Shui's head. You brat, you think this sword technique can be casually used? It seems like I really have to teach you a lesson when I return. You're getting more and more arrogant. Change your mind. Copy that great desolate talisman scripture 200 times before you are allowed to eat. Chu Shui instantly cried out, while Zongsho was both angry and amused. In his last life, every time he used this Styx River Death sword, be it male or female, they all feared him like a demon. Who knew that Chu Shui liked it so much? Was it because of his looks in this life? However, he remembered that he wasn't that ugly in his last life, right? He was a rare guy with a good temperament. Just as he was thinking about all these random thoughts, Zongsho suddenly stopped in his tracks, causing the lightning traveling spirit bone to stop as well. His eyes squinted as he looked in front of him. The forest was lush, swaying along with the wind. One couldn't sense anything strange at all. However, from the intent that the rising moon lion sent over, it wasn't like that. Not only was there someone here, but that person had evil intentions. After a long while, there was still no movement. Zongsho was impatient, directly exposing the truth with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Friend, do you really think that no one can see you hiding there? Chapter 145. That dense forest was silent for a moment before there was movement. A 20-odd-year-old teen, his face red, looking majestic, wearing a Taoist robe, walked out of the forest awkwardly. However, a moment later, his expression turned cold. Are you Zongsho, the Gantian Mountain Monster King Prince? Zongsho couldn't help but touch his face, thinking that no matter where he went, people would recognize him. He was really famous. However, This person's robe was a little familiar, and the picture on it seemed like he had seen it before. Suddenly recalling some memories from his last life, Zhong Shou's heart moved. So what? Are you from the mysterious cloud spirit sect? I am from the mysterious cloud spirit sect. Fourth generation disciple. Ninth direct disciple Long Batian. That teen's face was cold and arrogant, raising his chin with disdain. Since you know my identity, then you should know why I am here. If you are smart, you will give up on the marriage with Irin. Sister Irin is the daughter of the heavens. How can a dual meridian trash like you touch her? A toad who can't even protect himself. Do you want to eat swan meat? In this world, only my senior master Zhonghan Yishui is worthy of her. Zhongshou only felt helpless. He was indeed famous. Today, pretty much everyone who met him would step on him and mock him. However, why did the name Long Batian sound so funny? In the future, those novels about the legends of ancient martial artists loved to use such names. What Long Out Yin, Long Jingtian, Long Jintian, etc. It made one feel disgusted. The name was nice to hear and had to be domineering. However, if one read too much of it, one would feel disgusted. However, the mysterious cloud spirit sect's disciple recruitment was still the same. The person in front of him looked at least 28 years old, a Xiantian master who had just stepped into the second meridian of the Earth Chakra realm, and he could actually become a direct disciple of the sect. Also, why did this person find him? Even if he wanted to force him to back out of the marriage, he wasn't qualified enough. Originally, Zhong Shou did not want to waste his breath on this person. Just as he was about to make a move, his heart skipped a beat. He decided that it would be better to be patient for the time being. He shouldn't always think of people as bad and should win them over with virtue. Moreover, too many people had died in his hands today. Having made up his mind, Zhong Shou shook his head. I'm sorry. I didn't care about this marriage before, but now I've changed my mind. Whether or not I'm worthy has nothing to do with you. Unless Irin herself changed her mind about this marriage. Otherwise, I, Zhong Shou, can only apologize. Chu Shui also angrily glared at the square-faced youth. She didn't like Li Yunyang, but she liked Xianyuan Irin. Over the past 10 days, he would give her some pills from time to time. It was very sweet and delicious. Every day after catching the birds, he wouldn't feel sore all over. Long Baishan's face flashed green for a moment before he regained his composure. He nodded coldly. Fine. My words have already reached you. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. I only hope that you won't regret what you said in the future. He waved his sleeves and turned around like he was about to leave. However, just as he took half a step, he suddenly turned around and pulled out his sword. His body was like an arrow leaving the bow. Lightning wrapped around his body as he slashed towards Zhong Shou's neck. That sharp sword shadow was also as fast as lightning. When it was in front of Zhong Shou, Chu Shui blinked like she had just reacted. Long Baishan's eyes were filled with a fierce glow. His face was filled with vicious joy. Just as he was prepared to enjoy the feeling of the sword in his hand, cutting into flesh and bones. Suddenly, Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with a mocking intent. In the next instance, Zhong Shou suddenly disappeared from his eyes. That devilish body turned illusionary and passed under his sword. Then, his chest felt like it was smashed by a giant rock. Pong! The sound was like thunder. Long Baishan's 24 ribs gave out cracking sounds. His entire body was also sent flying backwards, sliding for over 100 feet before coming to a stop. His head instantly felt dizzy. After several breaths, he barely regained some consciousness. He spat out a mouthful of blood, only to feel that his chest and abdomen had been shattered. Those ribs had turned into numerous pieces and pierced into his organs. Just as he was at a loss and didn't know what had happened, Zhong Shou's body floated hundreds of feet and appeared in front of him. Long Baishan's body shook. Only then did he recall the scenes from before. It was this teen who casually kicked him in the chest, causing him to be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Looking at Zhong Shou, he was still smiling warmly, without any warmth at all. Long Baishan's heart tightened. At this moment, this gentle and polite half-monster teen didn't seem weak at all in his eyes. There was only that hidden viciousness, unfathomable strength, and that ruthless and decisive counterattack. just now. Following which, a towering rage rose up in his chest. Long Batian tried his best to keep calm, but his face couldn't help but twist. Very good. Zhong Shou, I, Long Batian, will remember what happened today. One day, I'll make you pay for what you've done. Following which, Zhong Shou smiled, pulling out a lightning tooth sword. He casually waved it, bringing with it a ball of lightning, like he was testing it out. Long Batian was terrified, following which he laughed coldly. You dare to kill me? I am the 4th-generation disciple of mysterious cloud spirit sect, the 9th direct disciple Long Batian. Today, our grievances can be said to be personal. However, if you touch a single hair of mine, my mysterious cloud spirit sect will wipe out your sky, Fox Zone family. The corner of Zong Shou's lips curled up. Wipe out the entire sky, Fox Zone family? Why did it sound so refreshing instead? He really wished that mysterious cloud spirit sect could help him deal with it, so that he wouldn't have to waste his energy. Thinking about that, the lightning tooth sword in his hand slashed down. The head of the person under his foot instantly separated from his body. Long Batian's head was tossed into the air. His face was filled with rage and disbelief. This Zhong Shou actually dared to kill him. How is that possible? Also, that movement technique, that kick that he couldn't react to, was obviously Xiantian. How could this Zhong Shou cultivate and be so strong? He should be a dual meridian body, trash that couldn't cultivate. Waving the sword once more, he flung away the remaining blood. The corner of Zhong Shou's lips was filled with a mocking intent. Did this idiot really think that he would let him off? Be it the Tan Xiu in the last life or the Zhong Shou in this life, they both didn't have the habit of letting their opponents off lightly, especially people who were filled with killing intent and had already attacked. As for the mysterious cloud spirit sect, it was merely the 3rd strongest spiritual house. How could he be interested in it? However, since that was the case, he needed time to get rid of the corpses. Who knows if he could make it in time? Feeling a slight headache, Zhong Shou suddenly smiled, turning to the forest on his left. Come out yourself. You should have seen enough of this show. Chu Xue had just walked to his side when she was shocked, looking around in shock. Apart from Long Batian, was there anyone else here? This time, the two of them didn't have to wait as a person walked out from the shadows. He held a spear in his hand, his expression uncertain. Chu Xue was startled. You are Purple Lightning Spear Zhong Yuan? She had not only seen this person from afar in Gantian Mountain City. During the auction in Cloud Saint City, they had even met at a close distance. Zhong Yuan didn't reply, the spear tip in his hand trembling, drawing a circle. It was like a coiled-up, poisonous snake guarding against beasts. His eyes were cold as he stared right at Zhong Shou, filled with suspicion, disbelief, and fear. Zhong Shou looked at Zhong Yuan's spear and couldn't help but laugh. You saw the situation just now? Cousin, what do you think? Think? The prince is strong. Zhong Yuan has no chance of winning. Be it Zhong Shi or Uncle Zhong Hao, the people in the race have misjudged you. Zhong Yuan gritted his teeth, his face turning green, but he replied honestly. He then asked, that day, did deceitful sword Ren Qianshou, mist sword Xiejun, and rage sword Yun Tao die in the hands of the prince? Yes. Zhong Shou didn't think about hiding this matter. Zhong Yuan's expression couldn't help but become more serious. Then 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling was also killed by the prince? Zhong Shou's brows rose up in shock, feeling a little weird. You know? You saw? I don't know. Zhong Yuan shook his head. That day I was 20 miles away and knew that the Xuanwu ancestor wouldn't be able to rush over in time. I also want to take a close look at that place. Now that I think about it, the only person who can kill Li Yaling is you. The hand holding the spear couldn't help but tremble slightly. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Before he was ordered to rush to Cloud Saint City, he didn't think that this trash prince who couldn't cultivate and was seen as the shame of Gantian Mountain was actually such a terrifying person. To be able to personally kill Ren Qianshou and the other two in less than 60 breaths of time. Such combat ability was unrivaled below the Grandmaster level. Thinking about it, at that time in the forest, The only person who had the ability to fight with Li Yaling was this prince. Following which Zhong smiled. You are quite smart. As my father said, not only are you talented in martial arts, but you're also the best in the race. Your brain is also very flexible. Zhong Yuan didn't say a word, holding the spear as he turned around and left. If he only killed deceitful sword Ren Qianqiu, he wouldn't hesitate to draw out his sword. Even if he killed those 3 people, it would only make him more determined to fight. However, after this battle, he also cut off the head of 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling. This prince wasn't a human anymore. As a martial cultivator, it wasn't bad to be courageous and fearless, but one should also have the heart to win every battle. However, if one was stupid enough to challenge him, he wasn't someone one could defeat or look up to. That wasn't bravery, but stupidity. Stupidity that couldn't be compared to water in one's brain. His body flashed as he dashed dozens of feet forward. In the next moment, Zhong Yuan's body suddenly stopped. In front of him, a giant black lion was prostrating in front of him. Its gaze was fierce, its muscles tight, ready to attack, sealing off all his escape routes. Zhong Shou behind him was shaking his head, raising the sword in his hand. How unambitious! Let me see your purple lightning spear. Is it really like what my father said, to be able to prove the ascended realm? Chapter 146. Between the 2 carriages, who knows when a giant bonfire rose up. The sky was already deep into the night, and Hu Qianqiu's face was even uglier. A full 3 hours had passed, but the prince still hadn't returned. Hu Zhongyuan couldn't take it anymore. His brows were filled with impatience. He wanted to open his mouth to speak several times, but in the end he stopped himself. In the end, he scoffed, Father, I hope you can keep your word and wait for him for half a day. Hu Qianqiu didn't reply, coldly staring at him before continuing to sit quietly. After a short while, he opened his eyes and looked towards a ravine in the distance. Since young Master Zhongling is here, why not come over for a chat? Do you really think that I am deaf and can't notice, you bunch of brats? When his words landed, 7 miles away, a scoff spread out. Zhongling appeared, bringing Feng Xiao and the others behind him as they walked over. Only when they were 100 feet away from the carriage did they stop, choosing a human-sized stone to sit on, laughing coldly. I didn't plan to hide from you. Sir Hu Qianqiu is an Earth Chakra 8 Meridian Xuanwu ancestor. Without the cultivation of an ancestor, who can hide under your eyes? But Zhongling is a little curious. You and your father have come all the way here. What are you planning with the crown prince? The eyes of Feng Xiao, who was following behind him, lit up. Although this young Master Zhongling had the temper of a young master, at this time facing Hu Qianqiu, he was really generous and didn't show any fear. No wonder Zhong Shi placed so much importance on him and ordered him to take charge of the situation. At this moment, even that Hu Zhongyuan showed a look of admiration. Plot? Hu Qianqiu laughed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Since you know that I am plotting with the prince, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Zhongling scoffed, not bothering at all. If Sir Hu Qianqiu has such intentions, then you can attack. Zhongling won't resist. If you insist on cutting yourself off from my brother, then Zhongling can't do anything about it. Gantian Mountain can't lack your Iron Tiger race. However, your race isn't the only one. Darren, you should know that you and the Crown Prince are secretly meeting here. My elder brother's family is not the only one who is afraid. Even Zongyang and Zongshuan would have doubts in their hearts. I hope that my lord can understand the intricacies within. Hu Zhongyan frowned and sighed, persuading Hu Qianqiu. Young Master Zhongling has a noble status and is one of the direct bloodlines of the Zhong family. Father, how can you speak to him like that? Hu Qianqiu snorted heavily, wishing he could punch his spineless son with his fist. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. In the end, he didn't say a word and averted his gaze. Brat, you're quite capable. I don't know if there's anything between me and the Crown Prince. You just need to listen and see. He sighed slightly, filled with endless regret. Even if that crown prince had half of Zongling's ability, he would go all out to help the only descendant of Weiran become the Monster King. Zongling smiled in disdain and didn't say anything. He happily took out some food and sat on the stone to fill his stomach. While eating, he glanced at Xianyuan Irin, who was on the other carriage. His eyes were filled with venom and also greed. At this moment, Xianyuan Irin's fingernails were digging deep into her flesh. Using the piercing pain, she barely suppressed the anxiousness and uneasiness in her heart. She stared at the hills in the distance, wishing that Zhongsho would never appear here. Li Yunyang's expression was also dark and sunny, worry appearing in her eyes. However, what she was worried about was different from Xianyuan Irin's. Hesitating for a moment, Li Yunyang took in a deep breath and made a decision. "Little miss, can you leave with Yunyang? Yunyang has something to report to Little Miss." Xianyuan Irin's brows furrowed. She didn't care and continued to look at the hills. "What is it that you can't say here?" Li Yunyang shook her head slightly, her tone cold. "It concerns my Xian Mountain city and your parents. These words can't enter the ears of others. It will only take a moment." "My parents?" Only then did Xianyuan Irin's mind jolt, turning around somewhat suspiciously. "Is this true?" Seeing Li Yunyang's serious expression and determined eyes, Xianyuan Irin bit her lips. Xianyuan Irin bit her lips and hesitated for a moment, but she still leaped up and moved to the side. Li Yunyang's mind immediately relaxed. She looked at the hill with a complicated expression, following which he rose up and followed closely behind Xianyuan Irin, flying in that direction. Looking at the two of them slowly disappear from his field of vision, Hu Qinqiu's brows furrowed. What are those two girls doing? However, he didn't care too much. Hu Qinqiu raised his head and looked at the sky before turning towards Yin Yang. His voice was cold as he questioned. "Half the time has passed. Hu Qinqiu, always do what I say. Since I said I would only wait for half a day, then I won't wait for a moment longer. An hour later, no matter how you beg, I will immediately return to Gantian Mountain. Yin Yang, you need to know that it isn't that I don't care about the ruler's feelings. It is that the prince doesn't have the fortune and is late. Accompanying you on this trip is already the best I can do." "Sir, don't be rash." Yin Yang's expression was still expressionless and filled with confidence. "I don't know whether or not the prince can rush back. I only know that if you miss today, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Hu Qinqiu's eyes widened, a look of shock appearing in his eyes. Yin Yang's tone, even at this moment, didn't reveal any panic. His tone was really confident, like he didn't care if he stayed or left. "Forget about this, Yin Yang. This Lian Fan wasn't from Gantia Mountain. Why was he like that? Not only was he willing to serve under Zhongsho, but he also seemed to be proud of it. He couldn't help but be curious and look forward to it. Maybe the son of his old friend could give him a surprise." Hu Zhong, who was at the side, had a different feeling, shameless boasting. "My father shouldn't have made this trip." After mocking, Hu Zhongyuan looked to the side and saw Zongling and the others chewing on dry rations. His face sunk as he waved his sleeves to the side. Instantly, there were a few servants beside the bonfire who understood. They carried 2 freshly barbecued wild tooth boars in front of Zongling. They also raised a bonfire beside the stone. Zongling didn't reject, directly taking off a hind leg and biting into it. Instantly her mouth was filled with oil. The taste was really fresh. She couldn't help but nod towards Hu Zhongyuan gratefully. The latter also smiled. While he relaxed in his heart, he was quite pleased with himself. He thought to himself that his father was old and cared too much about his relationship with the ruler. The future of the Iron Tiger race still needed to be planned by him, although that prince was the ruler's direct son. But with a dual meridian body, how could a piece of trash take up the position of Monster King? His father was really old and muddle-headed. Not only was young Master Zhongshe one of the direct bloodlines of the Sky Fox Zone family, but he also reached Xiantian at the age of 20. The few hidden sects in Donglin Cloud Continent all wanted to take him in as a direct disciple, so he should be what Gantian Mountain relied on. In this chaotic world, only the strong could survive and ensure that Gantian Mountain didn't lose their foundations. Tens of miles away, a battle had already ended. The entire process took less than 10 minutes before it came to an end. Zhong Yuan's face was covered in dirt, his body lying on the ground, unable to move. However, he could still speak. "Why didn't you kill me? Why did you show mercy? With your sword technique, if you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't even need 10 breaths. What a huge humiliation. If I die, then I die. Zhong Yuan, don't need you to show mercy." Zhong Shou smiled slightly, keeping his sword back into the sheath. The purple lightning spear that this person used was really not bad. Like what Zhong Weiran said, this person had hopes of reaching the Ascended Realm. It wasn't referring to the time when the spiritual wave rose, but when the spiritual energy was low. His talent could be compared to some direct disciples of the big sections. Unfortunately, his spear technique was too messy, not forming a system, which reduced his points. Suddenly having an idea, Zhong Shou smiled and asked, "Your purple lightning spear was created by yourself?" This spear technique was also self-taught. Zhong Yuan was startled, his face dimming as he scoffed coldly. "I'm not your direct disciple, so how can I learn any good martial arts? Those big sects are worried about me being a disciple of the Zhong family, so they won't easily accept me. Apart from creating it myself, what else can I do? Hey, if I had your conditions, the person who lost today might not be me. I would definitely be able to kill you under my spear." Samuraim's eyes lit up, and his impression of this person rose by a few notches. This fellow's strength was similar to that of deceitful sword Ren Qianqiu. Although he had talent, he was on the same level as the 100,000 blood assassins. He automatically skipped over the latter part of his sentence. Zhong Shou casually waved his hand, and on his palm, a lightning glow shone. He smiled. "Speaking of the Sky Fox Zhong family, I, Zhong Shou, am actually from Branch. We should work together against a common enemy. If you feel regretful, I have a lightning technique here. If you're willing to follow me, I don't mind passing it to you." Zhong Yuan's expression changed slightly, showing that he was tempted, following which he tilted his head and spat out, "You should just kill me." Zhong Yuan would rather die than be a traitor. Zhong Shou couldn't help but smile. "Cousin, you are such an honest person. Why don't you even know how to pretend to be polite? If you follow me temporarily, won't you be able to keep your life and also learn this technique?" Looking to the side, he saw that Long Baishan's corpse had already been dealt with by Chu Shui. She directly caught a few beasts and didn't need to rush them. Long Batian was eaten up cleanly, not leaving a single trace. At this moment, he only left behind some of his belongings. Chu Shui had been with him for a few months, and she was getting more and more skilled at destroying the corpses and evidence. Zhong Shou smiled and looked towards the direction of the flames. He had wasted so much time because of these two people. That Hu Qianqiu was said to be impatient. Would he get impatient? It was best to rush over quickly. Chapter 147. With Chu Shui carrying the tied-up Zhong Yuan, the three of them continued to run towards where the flames rose up. This time, there weren't any unexpected changes. The few tens of miles took around 15 minutes to rush over. Before they even got close, Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, following which his lips curled up. This time all the people from Gantian Mountain came. Not only did the person he invited come, but even Zhongling came uninvited. Even this Zhong Yuan had fallen into his hands. He felt Hu Qianqiu's intent reach over. Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh, stopping the lightning traveling spirit bone, only using his full strength to walk over. At this moment, the rest of the people had already sensed it, and all of them looked over. Yin Yang and Lien Fan's faces were filled with joy. As for Hu Zhongyuan and Zhongling, their faces were filled with disdain. The latter instinctively mocked. "You actually dare to run around at such a time? Zhong Shou, you really are the son of the ruler, really bold. Aren't you afraid of dying in the hands of Yinxia Mountain or Blazing Flame Mountain?" As he said that, he suddenly stopped, looking at Zhong Yuan, who was tied up like a dumpling, being carried by Chu Shui with one hand. After being stunned for a moment, he burst out laughing. "Zhong Yuan, Who knew that your purple lightning spear would have such a day? Weren't you arrogant in the past? Why are you in such a bad state today? How did you get captured by my cousin? Did you offend him and cause that person to act? You knew that fellow was protecting my cousin. Aren't you a little too dumb? Zhong Yuan's face turned green, scoffing, too lazy to reply. He looked at Zhongling like he was looking at an idiot. Originally, he wanted to remind him to let this fellow run and spread the news. At this time, however, he didn't want to say anything, thinking that it wouldn't be long before you would cry. Zhongshu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This was not the first time he had sensed the existence of the black turtle ancestor. In his heart, he was also filled with doubts. Why didn't this person show himself? That day when he fought with Li Yaling, why was he so late? And why did he retreat halfway? Why didn't Yin Yang know the details of this Xuanwu ancestor? Judging from their conversation, they seemed to know something about that person. Once today's matter was settled, he would carefully interrogate this Zhong Yuan Zhongling. This was especially so for the latter. Cloud Saint City had only let him go because of his misgivings. Today, there was no reason for him to let him slip away under his nose. This fellow had simply become a dog-skin plaster, unable to be shaken off. There was also Chu Shui. For some reason, when she saw Hu Qinxiu, Chu Shui was a little hesitant, hiding behind Zhong Shou. Occasionally, she would sneak glances at Hu Qinxiu and his son, her eyes filled with hesitation, making him feel weird. However, at this moment, he didn't have the time to think about the reason. His thoughts were in a mess for a moment before Zhong Shou retracted his thoughts. Looking at the 60-over-old man on the carriage roof, he didn't need to differentiate to know that this person was Zhong Weiron's right-hand man, the second strongest person in Gantian Mountain, Hu Qinxiu. Be it appearance or aura, it was exactly the same as in his 13 years of memory. It was also at this moment that a strong will faintly press down on him. Zhong Shou was really calm, his eyes calm as he exchanged glances with Hu Qinxiu before slightly bowing. "Hello, Uncle Hu. Within 10 days and nights, I have troubled you to rush here from so far away. Uncle Hu must have had a hard time. Zhong Shou is really grateful. 3 years of not seeing you. The prince's manners and etiquette are really decent. In terms of hard work, no matter how hard it is for Hu Qinxiu, it can't be compared to Yin Yang." Looking at how Zhong Shou wasn't intimidated by his aura, Hu Qinxiu was surprised. Hu Qinxiu was pleasantly surprised, but after looking up and down, his face darkened. It was still the same, no internal energy and no soul power. That made sense. How could a dual meridian body cultivate? Even if he changed to spiritual spells, it would still be difficult. He shouldn't have held any hope. Suppressing the disappointment in his heart, Hu Qinxiu stood up, solemnly bowing. "Hu Qinxiu greets your highness. What matter does the prince have for me?" Hu Zhongyuan couldn't help but frown, not used to his father being so respectful, especially in front of Zhongling. What ability did this kid have to be treated so respectfully by his father? However, being stared at by Hu Qinxiu, he also stood up and bowed unwillingly. However, his expression was really cold, his eyes cold. That gaze was like a knife, directly cutting over and filled with warning intent. Zhong Shou smiled when he saw that, not bothering at all. "This time I invited Uncle Hu over because I have 2 matters to trouble you with. Firstly, the Gantian Mountain Monster King position is mine, Zhong Shou's for sure. How can my father's legacy fall into the hands of others? Uncle Hu, please lend me a hand." Hu Qinxiu's body shook slightly, his face filled with shock. Hu Zhongyuan only felt that his chest was about to explode from anger, filled with rage. He didn't bother about his father beside him, directly laughing coldly. "Prince, you really dare to open your mouth? You really don't know when to back off. You are just a piece of trash and a half-monster. Even if the Monster King position is given to you, can you sit still?" Although Gantian Mountain was built by the ruler, it concerns the life and death of the 100 races in the mountain city. Do you really want us to be wiped out by Yunxia Mountain and Blazing Flame Mountain before you're willing to stop? Zhongling laughed, spitting out a piece of bone from her mouth, her expression calm. "If you want the Monster King position, then just sit there. No one will snatch it from you." Be it my brother, or Zhong Yang, or Zhong Xiuan. They don't have any intentions to fight with you. Cousin, it isn't your fault that you can't cultivate, but I didn't expect that your brain would be so dumb. Hu Qianqiu's face twisted, looking really vicious and filled with killing intent. A moment later he sighed, his expression calming back down. But before Zhong Ling could finish his words, a voice rang out. On the other side, Zhong Yuan suddenly laughed out loud. He was extremely arrogant and didn't stop for a long time, filled with a mocking intent. Zhong Ling's words were interrupted, and she was unhappy, thinking to herself that Zhong Yuan was crazy, laughing nonstop. Annoyed, she threw a bone over. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? I think your purple lightning spear is dumb. That bone had true energy as it slashed through the air, bringing with it a whistling sound. Chu Shui didn't want to help Zhong Yuan block, allowing that bone to hit his face. Zhong Yuan didn't feel any pain, his laughter stopping, his tone turning cold. Zhongling, do you remember that day in Cloud Saint City? Who was the dumb one in the end? Today's matter is also amusing. You scolded me to your heart's content, but in a while you will know who the truly dumb one is. Let's just hope that at that time, Zhongling, you don't cry. Hee hee, an ant dares to mock an elephant for being short. Forget it. I, Zhong Yuan, am actually similar to you, both amusing and pitiful. I'm too lazy to talk about you. As he said those words, his heart was filled with despair and laziness. As for the people present, they were all baffled when they heard this and were extremely puzzled. Only Yin Yang had a smile on his face. Lien Fan slightly shook his head, his face filled with disdain. Apart from the two of them, out of everyone, only Feng Zhao's heart tightened, instinctively feeling that something wasn't right. Zhongling laughed coldly, not bothering about Zhong Yuan's words, treating it like a mad dog barking. His cousin could only rely on a heavily injured Xuanwu ancestor. This person wasn't even sure if he would survive, so what kind of waves could he cause? Hu Qianqiu's heart was heavy, thinking about what to say before he expressionlessly shook his head. Your Highness, after the ruler disappeared, the reason why I didn't rely on him and rushed here within these 10 days and nights was because of the ruler's kindness. If the Crown Prince wants my Iron Tiger clan to... Before he finished, Zhong Shou waved his sleeves. Whether or not Uncle Hu agrees, let's talk about it later. I have a second matter to ask of Uncle Hu. A cold light flashed as Zhong Shou took out the lightning tooth sword once more. Little Gold's body once again covered it, causing the sword body to instantly turn silver white as it pointed towards the carriage. I heard that Uncle Hu's martial path is only below my father in Gantia Mountain. You have a tiger overlord knife. Today Zhong Shou would like to ask Uncle for advice. When his voice fell, almost everyone present fell silent. They looked over at Zhong Shou in disbelief. They found it hard to believe that those words came from Zhong Shou's mouth. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but close his eyes. He knew that the final situation would be like this, following which his eyes opened wide as he stared right at Zhong Shou. He thought to himself that it wasn't bad to be able to watch such an exciting battle before he died. Zhongling also forgot to continue chewing the meat in his mouth wide open, unable to close. This Zhong Shou didn't have any internal energy and actually dared to challenge Hu Qianqiu, a Xuanwu ancestor. Did he hear wrongly? Hu Zhongyuan was also at a loss, not knowing why this Zhong Shou would raise such a suggestion. Hu Qianqiu's brows furrowed, his expression turning cold as he looked carefully at Zhong Shou, his eyes serious. Thinking about it, he said expressionlessly, "Prince, are you serious? Do you know that my blade is always merciless? At that time, I might not be able to stop myself." Zhong Shou didn't say anything, his eyes looking straight ahead. Although no energy leaked out from his body, his mind had entered an extremely quiet and mysterious realm. His heart was clear, his entire person and the sword in his hand seemed to have merged into one at this moment. The other people here didn't feel anything. Hu Qianqiu's eyes lit up. The blood in his chest that was originally as cold as ice started to surge once more. This half-monster teen in front of him, the son of Weiran, at this moment his sword and intent merged. "Idiot, why aren't you going to get my blade?" he suddenly hollered. Seeing that Hu Zhongyuan was startled and didn't react, Hu Qinxiu scolded and directly jumped up beside a wind rider full not far away. Ing. Following this clear, ringing sound, a long saber that was about 7 feet long, with a back full of hooked teeth, was suddenly drawn from its scabbard. Chapter 148. Sister Yunyang, what is the matter? You can tell me from here. After walking tens of miles away, Xinyuan Irin suddenly stopped. She coldly looked back at Li Yunyang, a cold intent spreading out. Or you don't have anything to report to me? Li Yunyang, who was behind him, was shocked and stopped as well. She looked closely at Irin, only to see that within her beautiful eyes were flames of rage. She couldn't help but sigh. Little Miss was smart and wasn't someone she could lie to. At the start, she might have been lied to, but if she thought about it, she would notice that something was wrong. She hesitated in her heart, seeing the coldness on Xinyuan Irin's face grow thicker and thicker. Li Yunyang felt a chill down her spine, totally dispelling any thoughts of lying. She slightly bent her knees. Little Miss, please forgive me. Before I followed you to Cloud Saint City, the mistress had instructed me. I definitely couldn't let Little Miss join in all the fights in Gantian Mountain City, which was why I acted on my own. Is that so? Xinyuan Irin's brows rose up, and then she forcefully covered the sadness in her eyes, mocking herself. I really didn't expect you to be so loyal. However, you're a little too bold. You actually dare to play such little tricks and make decisions for me. Since you want to listen to my mother, then return to Xian Mountain City yourself. Irin doesn't need a loyal servant like you. Just as she was about to turn back, she saw Li Yunyang suddenly pull out her sword. She blocked the way. Xinyuan Irin was startled as she looked over in shock. Li Yunyang didn't dare to look her in the eye. She kept her eyebrows down, but her eyes were filled with determination. Miss, Yunyang has always listened to you and never disobeyed your wishes. Today, Yunyang absolutely cannot let young Miss pass. Xinyuan Irin's pupils constricted, frowning as she looked in the direction of the carriage. Unfortunately, there was a mountain gap, and she couldn't see the situation there. Thinking back to what Hu Qinxiu said before, her heart tightened. She didn't know whether or not Zhongshou had returned. If he wasn't able to satisfy Hu Qinxiu, would this Gantian Mountain Elder really do what he said and take Zhongshou's life? This person was a Xuanwu ancestor with 8 meridians of the Earth Chakra realm. How could he save Zhongshou? Thinking of this, a light flashed in Xinyuan Irin's mind, and she looked at Li Yunyang. Yunyang, are you hiding something from me? You deliberately led me here. Is there something you don't want me to see? Li Yunyang's face suddenly changed and turned as white as a sheet of paper. The blade was 7 feet long and 1.5 feet wide. On the blade, there was a winged dream tiger roaring at the sky. Under the illumination of the fire, it was like a pool of autumn water bringing out cold and beautiful arcs of light. Hu Qinxiu held his blade and stood 100 feet away from Zhongshou, similarly pointing forward. His eyes lit up slightly. He didn't have any fighting spirit in his chest, but he felt his blood boiling. A feeling of extreme excitement, surprise, and anticipation was suppressed at the bottom of his heart, unable to be released. His gaze retracted slightly, and when his breathing adjusted, his heart calmed down once more. Only then did Hu Qinxiu's hair flutter, the aura of a tiger suppressing all around. What a good combination of sword and intent. Attack with all your might. During these 10 years, who knows how many times I have dreamed that one day you would be like today, asking me for advice on martial arts. However, I have never been able to do so. Today, I can enjoy myself to the fullest. Let me see what you have learned in the 3 years you were in Linhai College. Zhongshou's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. A weird light flashed in his eyes, and in the next moment, his body went from extreme silence to extreme movement. His right leg stepped down, the energy in his body exploding like a nuclear bomb, surging into the meridians in his limbs and burning. His entire body whistled over like lightning, appearing and disappearing in everyone's field of vision. A sword stabbing out, shocking one's soul. Under the night sky, it was like a streak of light that could break through anything. In the next moment, they heard a sharp ding sound that shook all around. Hu Qianqiu casually waved his knife and slashed away the sword attack. He laughed out loud, filled with endless surprise and delight, giving out a tiger roar. Good. This sword is good. The sword attack is also good. He actually has 8 meridians, external pellet, Xiantian. Yin Yang, you're right. The crown prince didn't disappoint me. Hu Qianqiu. No, it's a surprise. A huge surprise. Tens of feet away, a soft putong sound spread out. Zhongling froze, allowing the pig leg in his hand to fall to the ground. There was oil beside his mouth, but he didn't bother to wipe it off. He only looked at the side of the bonfire, at the nimble and ghost-like body. Did he see wrongly? Was that person really his cousin Zhongshu? Didn't they say that he had dual meridians and couldn't cultivate? Just now, he had specially sensed him, but he didn't have any internal energy. How could he have 8 meridians? Not only Zhongling, but Huang Xiao and the others behind him were also stunned. Exchanging glances with one another, their eyes filled with loss. As for Hu Zhongyuan, who was in the carriage, his expression was extremely marvelous. Suddenly it was green and white, then suddenly it was red. Just now, when Zhongshu challenged him and merged with the sword, he felt something. However, only now was he able to confirm it. The prince really knew how to cultivate, and his cultivation wasn't low. 8 meridians. He remembered that the prince was only 13 now. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself heavily. Only Zhongyuan laughed out loud once more, like he was mocking everyone present for not being able to see. His eyes were shining brightly, not leaving the 2 people on the battlefield for even a moment. Where the sword light rose, Zhongshu's face was still really calm, but the blood in his body started to get excited, and his fighting spirit rose up. However, his heart still maintained a close to freezing coldness, merging with the sword. Today, he could go all out and fight. He didn't need to worry about gains and losses, and also didn't need to use spirit techniques. He only needed to use the sword in his hand to fight to his heart's content. His body retreated slightly, and then he glided forwards once more. The sword light exploded out, and instantly 10 sword shadows charged into the saber light, tearing apart the astral energy. This is the burning sword. Where did you learn it from? Well used. Hu Qianqiu scoffed, slashing down with the wrong knife, directly blocking the 10 sword shadows. Zhongshu's sword shadow didn't dissipate just like that. Suddenly it became really weird and unpredictable, the sword path fleeting, piercing in from the most impossible direction, not holding back at all, directly stabbing at Hu Qianqiu's vital points. Hu Qianqiu exclaimed once more, "This is a weird sword. Did you learn it from Ren Qianqiu or other people? Hey, both in form and soul, but you are stronger than him, much stronger." That knife light still simply waved, resolving the danger. At his realm, he didn't need to change, and he could naturally use his strength to take down 10 people. No matter how exquisite the move was, he would be able to break it. Facing Zhongshu, even if he retracted 90% of his strength, he could easily block it. Earth Chakra, 8 Meridian Xuanwu, pretty much the strongest below the Ascended Realm. Zhongshu didn't give up, the lightning 2 sword in his hand, once again waving out tens of sword shadows. This time, it was like a volcano erupting. Zhongshu's expression was like he was furious. It clanged and clanged as it struck the knife light, each sword heavier than the last, each sword crazier than the last. Hu Qianqiu didn't care, standing on the spot, not moving at all. He casually waved the 7-foot Tiger King knife in his hand, getting more and more excited, saying with interest, "This is the Rage Sword? This time it is a little weak. Your sword technique is 10 times better than that Yunxia Mountain's Rage Sword Yuntao. However, you can't learn that fellow's fiery temper. When you fight with the sword, your heart is really calm. You can't get the essence of it." Between the 2 of them, knife light and sword shadows flashed. Pretty much 10 strikes in an instant. the knife shadows intersecting and changing, different at every moment. As for Hu Qianqiu's words, in Hu Zhongyuan's ears, he didn't feel much. That Zhongling and Zhong Yuan's bodies shook. At that moment, they were all shocked. Intense Sword Wu Wei, Mist Sword Xie Jun, Rage Sword Yun Tao. Without exception, they were all people who had attacked Zhongshou before. Hearing Hu Qianqiu's words, it was like they all had the essence of it, surpassing their master. In the next moment, Zhong Yuan's eyes opened wide, only to see that in Zhongshou's hand, a purple lightning glow was shining. Under the activation of the lightning power, it was like he had cut off the air resistance, sword light intersecting. That was obviously his purple lightning spear. However, it was much faster and more perfect. Looking at it, the connection between the front and back seemed to have no flaws. In that instance, Zhong Yuan even had a misconception. Like the person who created this purple lightning spear wasn't him, but Zhongshou. As expected, Hu Qianqiu's voice was filled with shock. Isn't that Zhong Yuan's purple lightning spear, using the sword to use the spear, and it actually has the essence of it? Such a unique and ingenious way of thinking. If one sculpts it carefully, it can become a pinnacle technique. Prince, could it be that you have a good relationship with Zhong Yuan? Or was his spear technique taught by you? This fellow's learning isn't that good, again. Zhong Yuan was so furious that he nearly spat out blood. Hu Qianqiu let out a shocked exclamation. This is the blood-killing sword technique. 100,000 blood killerly yelling? Zhong Yuan's heart shook as he focused once more. Instantly, he felt a blood stench surge over, only to see Zhongshou in the distance, his face cold and sharp. Each sword slashing out seemed to be filled with endless killing intent, simple and pure, but when the sword slashed out, it would take one's life. Hu Qianqiu's expression slowly turned serious. The knife in his hand wasn't casually waving around anymore. Each knife slashing out followed a mysterious path. It was perfect, blocking all of Zhongshou's sword paths. Where did the Crown Prince learn this set of swordsmanship? If I didn't know that the prince was in Linhai College, I wouldn't have any killing intent. I nearly thought that the prince was likely yelling, killing tens of thousands of people, killing your mother and wife. However, although the prince's sword techniques are good, they don't seem to belong to you. Seeing Hu Qianqiu shake his head, Zhongshou smiled. From the moment he displayed that blazing sword, it was to prove what he had learned these few days. At this moment, it was time to be serious. The momentum of the sword suddenly changed again without any warning. It was like a shadow, like an illusion. Chapter 149. When the sword light spread out under the night sky, it was like a ball of sword mist covering Hu Qianqiu. Zhongshou's entire person seemed to have turned into a ball of mist, moving along with the sword, making it hard to discern which was real and which was fake. In an instant, there seemed to be tens of Zhongshou in everyone's field of vision, but they didn't know where he was. The sword energy was like a cloud and mist passing through the knife images. This time, the Tiger King knife wasn't able to force him back. Instead, it was strangely lingering and extremely gentle. That sword stance was soft and looked like it had no strength at all, but it was filled with strength. It didn't clash with the Tiger King knife, slowly swallowing and squeezing the space between the two of them. In a short 20-odd knife and sword exchanges, the 7-foot-long knife in Hu Qianqiu's hand had less and less space to move. Pretty much every sword stabbing out would strike at the key points of the protective energy around Hu Qianqiu, causing his energy to become chaotic and out of shape. Every place the sword pointed at was where he had to save, and he had to block it with his knife. As a result, the Tiger King knife was pretty much trapped around Hu Qianqiu's body, unable to be used. Hu Qianqiu only felt that the more he fought, the more he felt that something wasn't right. After restricting 90% of his strength, he still had 200,000 kilograms of strength. However, at this moment, even if he had several times more strength than Zhongshou, he couldn't use it. His extremely overbearing, fierce tiger energy was being stabbed and slashed, causing it to be broken into pieces. However, he didn't feel depressed. Instead, he felt more and more excited, the hot blood in his body slowly boiling. Originally, he only wanted to test out Zhongsho's strength, but now he couldn't help but feel his fighting spirit rise. This is Xie Jun's mist sword? No, that fellow isn't as strong as you. I know, this is Ling Yun's sex cloud, shocking god-destroying sword. Where did you learn the secret technique of the soaring cloud sect from? You have already grasped the essence of it. Did I see it wrongly? Could it be that this is the Crown Prince's true ability? From rhythm to strength, using the sword strength to display the true sword intent. When Hu Qinxiu said that, Hu Zhongyuan on the carriage was filled with emotions. His eyes flickered. The Lingyun sex cloud, shocking, godly, annihilating sword was rumored to be one of the top martial arts in the Donglin Cloud continent. It was said that after cultivating it, one would be able to ascend to the 9th meridian of the heavenly chakra realm and reach the spiritual grandmaster realm. In fact, in the ancient era, even immortal martial experts have been injured by this sword technique. Even in the Lingyun sect itself, there were only 3 to 5 direct disciples who could successfully cultivate it. There were less than 10 of them in the entire sect. However, this sentence was not as shocking as the following sentence. From the rhythm to the power, using the power of the sword to display the truth of the sword intent. In other words, didn't that mean that Zhongsho had actually already comprehended the sword inside of the cloud, shocking Godbane sword, and had even attained an extremely profound level? Zongling's face alternated between green and white, only feeling that Hu Qinxiu's voice was ear-piercing. The two floating and changing figures in front of him were also incomparably dazzling, but he couldn't shift his eyes away. The light that erupted from the half-demon youth at this moment was too resplendent, so resplendent that it was difficult to bear. Good sword. What future ascended? What top genius outside of the hidden sects of the Donglin Cloud continent? That Zhongshu, compared to the prince, he's just trash. No, he isn't even trash. An outsider actually dares to scheme for the ruler's legacy. What is he? Hu Qinxiu laughed out loud. The 7-foot knife in his hand was like it was being entangled by dozens of iron wires, becoming more and more clumsy, more and more sluggish. However, the more it was like that, the more delighted he felt. He only felt that all the happiness in his entire life added up couldn't be compared to this moment. The son of his best friend, who was seen as trash by everyone, was a top swordsman with hidden strength. Gantian Mountain, which was in a precarious situation, had hope of reviving. So how could he not be happy? That Zhongshu needs to be at least 50 before he can ascend. However, I think the young master is at most 30, as expected from the descendant of the ruler, the son of the tiger father. However, although the prince's sword path is one with the spirit, however, this old man is also going to get serious now. Tiger roar slash. That sluggish knife attack was originally trapped in a corner. However, at the most impossible moment, it suddenly exploded out. A sharp knife, light instantly swept in all directions. Almost all of the misty sword shadows were cut into pieces. He was like a dozing tiger that allowed a spider to weave a spider's web beside him. However, when it woke up, a casual claw would destroy it cleanly. It was really easy and didn't use any energy at all. Domineering aura. However, just as that knife light expanded to the maximum and was about to dissipate the last bit of cloud mist, a sword pierced over from behind Hu Qinxiu. There was no sign, no sound, and no aura appearing and disappearing at the same time. It was also sudden to the extreme, like it had turned into a part of the moonlight. All the killing intent, all the aura was hidden. Hu Qinxiu didn't feel anything until that sword light was 3 feet away from him. Only then did his tiger eyes suddenly widen, revealing a look of shock. The knife light swiftly turned around, but he was only able to use the handle to block the cold tip of the sword. Then a giant strength exploded out. Hu Qinxiu was caught off guard and wasn't able to use much strength to block. His body was immediately sent flying, sliding back a few feet. The two of them fought intensely for close to 15 minutes. This was the first time Hu Qianqiu's body moved. However, his eyes shone brightly. Apart from the fear in his heart, he was also excited. What a good hazy shadow sword. How exquisite. Just now I nearly fell to your sword. If you used it to assassinate, no one would be able to block it. If it was that brat, Hu Zhongyuan, he would have most probably died from that sword. Hu Zhongyuan was speechless. He was already 40 years old, so how could he still call him a brat? However, if that sword was him, it would be hard to predict his life and death with a 50-50 chance. This prince who didn't show off his skills was so strong that it made one terrified. He also felt a little ashamed, his eyes looking weirdly at Zhongling who was standing not far away. If it wasn't for this kid, he wouldn't have made a fool of himself just now. His father's words were not wrong. That Zhongshe might be an amazing talent in the eyes of others, but compared to this prince, he couldn't be compared at all. Zhongshe stabbed out with his sword, but he was also forced back hundreds of feet by the recoil. The meridians in his body went berserk, true qi surging. He took tens of breaths to adjust and barely suppress it. Strong, really strong. If this Hu Qianqiu went all out, even if there were hundreds or thousands of Zhongshe, he would be killed in one knife. At this moment, even if the opponent restricted 90% of his strength, he was still suppressing him. Not only strength, but his martial path was also really deep. However, the more it was like that, the more he was filled with fighting spirit. His sword was one that got stronger the stronger it met. Sword Emperor Tan Xiu didn't bully the weak. Only such a martial path expert could make him interested. Hu Qianqiu praised and kept his knife in satisfaction. I see that your dual meridian body hasn't been totally solved. At this moment, you must have used up all your strength. Why don't we stop here? He thought that this battle could end just like that. Who knew that? Zhongshe shook his head. No, I haven't had enough. Still haven't had enough? Your entire body must be feeling unbearable pain like your bones are being shattered. You still want to fight with me? Hu Qianqiu was shocked, but the praise in his eyes grew thicker. He was also interested. Are you saying that the sword technique just now wasn't your true ability? Uncle Hu, please give me some pointers. How is my Zhongshe sword? After we fight, Uncle Hu will know. Zhongshe took in a deep breath once more, his expression unusually solemn. The hand that was holding the sword hung down and was held by the side of his body. So what if his bones were being shattered? Even if it was the pain of 10 million cuts, he wouldn't care. An opponent was hard to find. Even if he died in the next moment, he would fight to his heart's content. This was the heart of a swordsman. Hu Qianqiu's expression slowly turned serious. His intuition told him that the current Zhongshe was totally different from before. A vague aura that made one feel respect spread out from Zhongshe's body. For a moment, he was actually able to contend against him. After a few breaths of silence, Zhongshe laughed. Shui, watch carefully. This sword is something that your young master can only use today. If you miss this chance, if you want to learn it, you will have to wait until I open the fourth meridian of the Earth Chakra. Chu Shui felt weird. What kind of sword technique could only be used today? Did he have to specially choose a day? However, she didn't dare to not listen to Zhongshe's words. She stared with her watery eyes, not even daring to blink. In the next moment, a glow exploded in Zhongshe's eyes as he charged 30 feet into the air and slashed out with his sword. Those who are good at attacking will be able to move the 9 heavens. Hearing Zhongshe's words, Chu Shui's pupils dilated once more. This sword was extremely nimble, untraceable, and eye-catching. It was filled with celestial energy like it flew from the heavens. Tens of miles away, Li Yunyang's expression was one of panic. She shook her head. Little miss, I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I hide anything from you? You are still lying to me. Xinyuan Iren's eyes were filled with disappointment. You said you were worried that I would interfere in Gantian Mountain matters, but that Hu Qianqiu has the ability to break mountains. Even if I want to interfere, I can't. What is it that you don't want me to see? Seeing Li Yunyang keep silent and not reply, Xinyuan Iren shook her head slightly. Xinyuan Iren shook her head and directly walked forward, too lazy to ask any more questions. As for what it was, she would know once she went over. There was no need to waste time here. Li Yunyang stabbed out with her sword, trying to block Xianyuan Irin's path. However, in the next moment, her expression changed. She saw that Xianyuan Irin didn't dodge, her body directly smashing into the tip of her sword. She couldn't help but be shocked. Li Yunyang quickly retracted her sword, only to see the red body float past her. This place was really close to the carriage. The small hill beside it was only 300 feet high. Xianyuan Irin jumped up and reached the top of the small hill. Then, the situation below entered her eyes. Chapter 150. This place was really close to the carriage. The small hill beside it was just 300 feet high. Xianyuan Irin jumped up and reached the top of the small hill. Then, the situation below entered her eyes. Her almond-shaped eyes instantly constricted. She was startled and stood rooted to the spot. All of a sudden, she forgot how she should react. At this moment, what entered her field of vision was only the eye-catching sword in midair. That calm and confident person who was as elegant as a celestial. The sword shadow was only 3 feet. The sword energy was only 7 feet. However, when the sword slashed down, it seemed to fill up heaven and earth. It was ethereal and nimble, its trajectory indiscernible. A few words flashed across Xianyuan Irin's mind. At this moment, only these 2 words could describe what she was feeling. This sword strike was marvelous beyond compare. It was really stunning. This is Zhongshou. How is that possible? Isn't he a dual meridian body and doesn't have internal energy? How could he use such a sword? Such a sword technique, even in the Pill Fountain sect, those top talented senior brothers, she had never seen them use it. Even the seniors of the sect didn't have such a level of spirituality. Her eyes were filled with shock as she muttered to herself in disbelief. Li Yunyang followed closely behind and jumped onto the small hill. He glanced down with a complicated expression on his face. "Little miss, that day the prince said that he killed deceitful sword Rin Qianshou and 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling. Those words are actually true. Li Yaling really died in his hands. He killed deceitful sword Rin Qianshou in less than 3 breaths." Xianyuan Irin's body shook once more. All of a sudden, her mind was in chaos, totally blank. Only a broken memory surged out from the depths of her mind. "I, Zhongshou, am an indomitable spirit. Why would I need a girl to protect me? Yesterday in the back courtyard, you should have sensed it. In Miss Xuanyuan's opinion, how many people below the martial ancestor realm are my opponents? Who else can it be? Apart from me, who else here can kill them? Miss, if one day you discover that Crown Prince Zhongshou isn't a cripple like everyone thinks, but a young genius who is even stronger than the 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling, you'll know that he's a genius. To him, those people who wanted to kill him were like ants and weeds, jumping clowns. They were not worth mentioning. Miss, what will you do?" Short sentences kept appearing in his mind. Xianyuan Irin couldn't help but bite down on her lower lip. It was true, those words were actually true. Her nails dug into her flesh. It was very painful. His lower lip was also hurting and bleeding. She was really in reality. Li Yaling was really killed by Zhongshou, and the person in front of her who had used a sword that looked like a flying immortal was really Zhongshou. That unreal feeling of being in a trance immediately disappeared. In her impression, the youth who couldn't cultivate but was determined, kind, and a little wasteful. In an instant, he merged with the figure in front of her who could make all the geniuses in Donglin Cloud continent feel ashamed. There was no difference at all. In Xianyuan Irin's chest, an indescribable feeling rose up. Was it joy? Was it happiness? Was it sadness? Was it excitement? Was it embarrassment? Was it shame? Xianyuan Irin was unable to differentiate, only feeling all sorts of emotions, complicated. Hu Qianshou squinted, raising his head and looking into the sky. His gaze was also lost, but he was captivated by that sword image, filled with surprise and praise. His eyes were also filled with seriousness for the first time. What a good attacking person. able to move the 9 heavens. This sword is truly untraceable. Amazing. With his Xuanwu ancestor realm, he didn't dare to take it head-on, instantly retreating 100 feet. Only when Zhongsho's sword attack weakened did he move forwards, waving his knife and slashing down. The knife and sword intersected, but they didn't collide, brushing past one another. The tens of strikes were like that, continuously and dangerously intersecting. It was like under the moonlight, two people dancing with their own knives and swords, totally unrelated to one another. However, looking at the knife and sword attacks, there was only a slight deviation, and his head would be sliced in half. Zhongsho's eyes didn't even blink. Hu Qianxiu was even more excited, his face flushed red, like he was enjoying it and enjoying it. In the eyes of the people around, it was a different feeling. Hu Qianxiu's knife was wide open, simple and clean, extremely overbearing. Zhongsho's sword seemed to be even more exquisite. The sword light was illusionary, stabbing over from the most unbelievable angles, making one unable to grasp it. However, it didn't have the weird aura of that deceitful sword. It was extremely nimble, floating and changing with ease. It was like each sword contained the essence of the sword path, sword rhythm, sword strength, sword intent. All of it was complete. Just as he was engrossed in it, he suddenly felt that not far away from him, there was a similar aura that suddenly charged up. Everyone looked over in shock, only to see that Chu Shui was looking at Zhongsho's sword in delight, her brows dancing. The aura on her body was also appearing and disappearing. It was also extremely nimble, like it was about to fly. These people were all really smart people, and with just a thought, they understood the meaning of Zhongsho's words. Those who were good at attacking would be able to move the 9 heavens. The sword intent of that sword was most probably suitable for this girl, and it had the meaning of giving her pointers. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but feel jealous in his heart. Not breaking through to Xiantian and being able to comprehend the aura of the martial path, who knows what level this girl would reach in the future. Anyways, she would be stronger than him. He didn't dare to be distracted for too long, muttering to himself as he focused on the intense battle. That place was filled with wind, knife energy shooting all around, sword energy sweeping all around, extinguishing the bonfire. However, at this moment, the sky was slowly turning bright. Rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone down from the east, causing the knife light to become more and more eye-catching. Just as the aura of the knife and sword swelled to the extreme, becoming more and more exciting, Hu Qianxiu sighed regretfully once more. The prince's true energy isn't a mess. How about we use this move to decide the victor? Okay. The vital energy in Zhongsho's chest and abdomen surged. He was unable to speak, so he simply agreed. Then, that sword light suddenly exploded out, lightning flashing, thousands of blade shadows sweeping over. This time, it was a different style, totally unafraid of clashing with Hu Qianxiu's 7-foot Tiger King knife. All of the power was concentrated and condensed again and again, then condensed again and again. Then, when the knife and sword clashed, it suddenly exploded out. As for the saber shadows and sword lights, they became several times faster in an instant. It was so fast that it exceeded the limits of everyone's vision, making it hard for them to see. However, Zhongsho's sword was like a flower. When it bloomed to its brightest, it started to fade. Ding! A deafening ring as Zhongsho's body flew backwards. He seemed to have lost all his strength, unable to support himself. He shook and swayed, only using his sword to support himself from falling. Fresh blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. However, there was no pain in his eyes. Instead, it was filled with satisfaction after going all out. As for Hu Qianxiu, he stood solemnly with his knife. He seemed to be stunned as he stared at the sleeve of his right hand. Just as everyone didn't know what was going on, they saw a piece of cloth slowly fall off and land on the ground. All of a sudden, the area around the two carriages was dead silent. Everyone was silent at that moment, like they had lost the ability to speak. Only after tens of breaths did Hu Qianxiu laugh out maniacally, filled with joy and excitement. Lost? What a good loss. Today's battle was so satisfying, so satisfying. So I, Hu Qianxiu, underestimated the prince. Is this your sword? Unparalleled. 10 years later, no, in just 7 years, your sword will be invincible. When he said that, Hu Qianxiu swept out with his knife. That knife was really sudden. Everyone was just able to blink their eyes when that 1,000-foot-long vast knife energy was already beside Zhongling. It pretty much brushed past Zhongling's body and swept behind him, smashing Feng Xiao, who was retreating, as well as those few Xiantian experts. Blood and meat splattered, numerous blood droplets splattering everywhere. Instantly, half of Zhongling's body was dyed red. He didn't move at all. However, he did not move at all. His eyes had lost focus as he stared blankly into the distance. He did not even dare to wipe his eyes. You are really quick to react. However, in front of me, you still want to escape? Who asked you to be arrogant in front of me? If you have the ability, then be arrogant for me to see. Hu Zhongyuan's eyelids twitched, but he didn't say anything to persuade him. Since 3 months ago, his old man had been suppressing his anger for a long time. He had also suppressed it numerous times in Gantia Mountain. At this moment, he knew that he didn't need to suppress it anymore, exploding out. Naturally, it couldn't be stopped, and he could use all sorts of methods. Their Iron Tiger race needed to use the heads of these few people to show their stance in front of the prince. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame that Zhongling was unlucky. At this moment, Hu Qianxiu was like a human-shaped typhoon, and even he didn't dare to offend him. Speaking of which, this Zhongling really made one hate him. He didn't have any real ability, so why did he act like a big shot? Like their prince, his sword skills were high, unparalleled in the world, but he knew how to be low profile. However, wasn't he a little too low profile? Just as he was thinking about that, Hu Zhongyuan saw a cold gaze sweep over. It was Hu Qianxiu. His heart couldn't help but jump, and his mood instantly sunk to the bottom. He knew his father's methods the best. He was extremely violent, and he wouldn't be able to avoid a painful beating. Zhongyuan laid on the ground, revealing a teasing expression. He knew that the situation would be like this. That Zhongling was most probably crying in his heart. Who was the dumb one out of all these people? However, in his heart, he didn't have any intention of gloating. He didn't have the heart to think about the martial path that he comprehended just now. When that Zhongxiu had the time, he would probably be dead, right? Xinyuan Irin stood on the mountain peak in a daze, her jade-like hands tightly clenched. He won. He was actually able to beat Hu Qianxiu by half a move. Even if the latter had restricted most of his true qi and didn't have the strength of a martial ancestor to fight with Zhongxiu, his martial path attainments couldn't be faked. Chapter 151. Early in the morning, the bright sunlight chased away the last bit of coldness in this desolate land. Zhongxiu was really calm, sitting on the roof of the carriage, opposite Hu Qianxiu. Xinyuan Irin was at the side, personally pouring wine for the two of them. Girls in ancient times paid attention to being on the same level. The current Xinyuan Irin didn't have any of the sharpness she usually had. Her expression was calm and solemn as she knelt down, her actions gentle and soft, looking really good for the occasion. Each action was extremely elegant, perfectly displaying the charm of a woman. Beside her sat Hu Zhongyuan. However, Zhongxiu's gaze automatically ignored him. In truth, he didn't dare to look. This Iron Tiger race leader's face was swollen and bruised, looking really unsightly. The scene of how Hu Qianxiu taught his son a lesson was still fresh in his mind. Holding that 7-foot-long Tiger King knife, he didn't care about the situation and just gave him a good beating. The words he scolded out were something he couldn't forget till now. What brat? What do you think I'm old and dumb? What do you think I'm trying to get on the good side of Zhongling? Aren't you embarrassed, etc.? Whatever he said, even Zhongxiu found it ear-piercing and couldn't sit still. At this moment, Zhongxiu couldn't bear to agitate this fellow. On the contrary, this Hu Zhongyin didn't seem to care at all, his face swollen and bruised as he left. Hu Qinxiu looked at him in disgust, scoffing, not bothering at all. He smiled and looked at Zhongxiu with kindness, like Zhongxiu was his own kid. How is the crown prince's injury? Zhongxiu stretched his muscles and bones, his entire body giving out a series of popping sounds like soybeans being fried. Following which he smiled. It's fine now. Thank you, Uncle Hu, for showing mercy. Hu Qinxiu nodded slightly. He knew what was going on, which was why he didn't ask. He knew that Zhongxiu's meridians were not in harmony after a long battle. He had been controlling his strength so that he wouldn't really hurt Zhongxiu. Don't be fooled by the fact that he spat out blood just now. In fact, it was just the impact of the counterattack. He didn't suffer any real injuries. He only needed to adjust his breathing after the battle. Once again staring at Zhongxiu and sizing him up, the smile on Hu Qinxiu's face slowly faded. His expression turned serious as he raised the wine cup. This first cup is to the ruler's spirit in heaven. Zhongxiu was taken aback. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, his cheap father was still alive. In just a few years, he would return from the Oblivion Cloud Sea and display his might. First, he personally wiped out the Zhong family and hung Zhongshi's head on the flagpole of Gantian Mountain for 3 months. After that, he took his anger out on the Soaring Cloud sect for not keeping their promise. He went to the Dan Spirit Mountain alone and started a massacre, killing 13 heaven-rank powerhouses before leaving. Even when several sect elders worked together, they weren't able to make him stay. It caused the top sect in Donglin Cloud Continent to nearly be unable to protect their own shrine. Of course, that was because of his death. Whether or not this era would still be the same, he didn't know. Anyways, he was a little worried about this expert. Every time he did something, he had to worry about many things. Even if he placed those few ownerless treasures, he didn't dare to easily take them. He also didn't dare to leave the sight of Yin Yang and Chu Shui. Although he was thinking about that in his heart, Zhongxiu's face also turned serious. He solemnly raised the cup, spilling the wine to the side. Hu Qinxiu sighed slightly, raising the second cup. However, he didn't drink it. Instead, he looked towards Zhongxiu with a questioning gaze. I am really curious. Within Gantian Mountain, Left Pillar General Chiu Wei and I aren't biased. Our positions are uncertain. Why did the Crown Prince invite me instead of Lord Xiu? Samuraim's eyes squinted, calmly and elegantly taking in a deep breath. I heard Yin Yang mention that Xiu Wei is the most loyal to my father. He is also the only one who doesn't care about anything and supports me, Zhongxiu, to take over the position of Monster King. Uncle Hu is more serious and looks at the big picture. He didn't lean toward the side because he wanted to keep the 3 of Gantian Mountain in check. Hu Qinxiu laughed out loud, filled with gratification. The prince is really smart, as expected of Jun Shang's child. Your Heavenly Fox clan is indeed innately intelligent. However, you are a little too smart. My brother Weiran really hid it from me. The prince is obviously a top talent, unparalleled in Donglin. However, he wasn't willing to tell his brothers. These few days, my heart is in a mess. Hu Zhongyin nodded his head in agreement, feeling a little annoyed. Zhongxiu only felt helpless. Before Zhong Weiran disappeared, he really didn't have any internal energy. However, at this time, there was no need to explain. Following which Hu Qinxiu's expression changed, deep in thought. Thinking about it, there really is a need to hide it. Although your Sky Fox 8-Tail King race can't shake the foundations of Argantia Mountain, recently it has been problematic. These fellows abandoned us and left the cloud world to avoid being hunted down by the human race. Today, they're actually so thick-skinned to want to return. If they knew about the prince's situation early on, it wouldn't be good. They would be able to do such despicable things like poisoning and assassinating. Also, regarding the prince's mother race, the ruler does have his own difficulties. Zhongxiu's hand that was holding the wine cup couldn't help but tremble slightly. His eyes opened wide, his mouth unable to close. So he really had a reason to hide his strength and hide his pearls? Sky Fox King race. This wasn't the same as the seven-tail Zong family. The eight-tail Sky Fox King race, Shui family, was really famous during the God Emperor era. Their strength was no weaker than that of shrines and sections. Zong Shoxin had a slight thought, totally dispelling the thought of laughing and ruling over Donglin and testing the world with his sword. It seems like it was better to be low profile. After drinking the second cup, Hu Qinxiu casually tossed the wine cup aside, taking out 2 bowls and plates from the servant behind him and placing them between the two of them. Xianyuan Iren's expression changed slightly before she calmed down, her hand holding the wine bottle as she solemnly filled it to the brim. Hu Qinxiu didn't bother, his eyes shining brightly. In the past, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to control Gantian Mountain, causing the millions of monster race people in our mountain city to collapse after 10 years of hard work. Now that there is no such worry, naturally there is no reason to work for others. I wonder what instructions the Crown Prince has for Yin Yang to summon me here. Today, with just one sentence, I will accompany the prince to kill my way back to Gantian Mountain. Chop off Zongshu's head and give it to the prince to use as a wine pot. Zongshu's lips curled up, his expression once again regaining calmness. Uncle Hu, there is no need to rush the Monster King position. In these 3 to 5 months, I want to spend some time outside to find a place to cultivate. Seeing Hu Qinxiu's brows furrow like he was about to speak, Zongshu smiled and waved his hand, telling him to calm down. Now that Yunxia Mountain is forcing their way in, if I go back to continue being the Monster King, it will only spoil things. He was also unwilling to put on an act and be their puppet to be bullied. Moreover, that Zong family has stretched their hands too far these few years. It is not convenient for me to attack my own race, so I will have to trouble Uncle Hu and the left pillar. There is no need to go too far, just let them be more well-behaved. Hu Qinxiu's eyes protruded out, following which he laughed out loud. My eyes are really blind. Very good. The prince has the intelligence of the ruler, but not the indecisiveness of the ruler. That Zong family has been so arrogant these few years, but the ruler has always tolerated them. I, Hu Qinxiu, have long found them an eyesore. Leave this matter to me. Don't worry, prince. When you return to Gantian Mountain, I will make sure that the entire mountain city will no longer have that foul atmosphere. Hu Zhongyuan's expression changed, his brows furrowing as he made a face. Did his father have the right to say those words? This prince's words were obviously filled with bad intentions, destined to greatly offend the Monster King race. Hu Qinxiu didn't bother about him, his tiger eyes squinting. However, prince, you trust me so much. Aren't you afraid that I will do something? I trust Uncle Hu, but not all of it. Zongshu waved his sleeves and pointed to the side. So my 2 servants. I need Uncle Hu to bring them back too. With Uncle Hu and Head Xiu working together, the 2 of them will be able to take up important positions. Where he pointed was Yin Yang and Lian Fan, who were unwilling to leave. He thought to himself that he didn't have the mood to spend all day in Gantian Mountain managing administrative matters. Wouldn't it be best if he raised up his few trusted subordinates and didn't care about anything? Hu Qinxiu's eyes lit up once more, his praise getting thicker. He wasn't biased. Even if they were close friends, he didn't lack defensive methods. His martial strength was high. He didn't lack schemes and was vicious. Wasn't such a person a good candidate for the Monster King? What he didn't know was that Zongshu was thinking about slacking off, planning ahead for his beautiful and leisurely life in the future. Hu Qinxiu only felt more and more satisfied, laughing out loud. He took that Tiger King knife in his hand once more. Slashing with the knife, ocean amounts of fresh red blood spurted out. When the wine in the plate was dyed red, Hu Qinxiu looked over in anticipation. Zongshu's lips twitched. Was this Mo going to bleed again? All right, the monster race had a blood alliance. Once they made an oath, they wouldn't betray. However, once a new Monster King ascended, they would need to make a new blood alliance. Speaking of which, Yin Yang once said that their Gantian Mountain had a total of 147 races. With so many blood alliances made, one could foresee that the day of his anemia wasn't far away. He wanted to learn from Lei Dong that day and only force out a few drops of blood. However, looking at Hu Qianxiu's pure and expectant gaze, as well as the shocking wound on his wrist, he didn't think too highly of himself. Thinking about it, it was still too disrespectful. He could only grit his teeth and close his eyes as he slit his wrist. However, it was just a few centimeters, only cutting open the flesh and causing tens of drops of blood to drip out, even if he managed to deal with it. At this moment, be it Hu Qianxiu or Xianyuan Iren and Hu Zhongyuan at the sides, they all had solemn expressions. The people nearby all knelt down towards Zhongshou. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn and sacred. Hu Qianxiu half knelt on the ground, solemnly carrying one of the plates in front of Zhongshou. Only when Zhongshou also received it solemnly did Hu Qianxiu raise his plate up high. Today I, Hu Qianxiu, swear a blood alliance. My Gantian Mountain Iron Tiger race is willing to treat the prince as the king. Chapter 152. Drinking the blood wine in one gulp. Hu Qianxiu heavily smashed the plate in his hand, saying viciously, "If I go against my oath, call my Iron Tiger race such a plate." Hu Qianxiu used a lot of strength, but the quality of the plate was really good. With a puff sound, it heavily shot into the soil and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a bottomless pit. However, whether it was broken or not, Zhongshou didn't know and was too embarrassed to dig it out. After forming the blood alliance, Hu Qianxiu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked nearby at Zhongling and Zhongyuan, who were tightly tied up. Was the prince going to deal with these two people? Although this Zhongling and Zhongyuan are the cousin of the prince. However, in my opinion, the prince should be more vicious. There is no point in leaving these two wolf cubs. Why not kill them? Zhongling's face was numb. The expression in his eyes was one of total despair. That Zhongyuan scoffed and didn't say anything. His expression was normal. Even if he knew that he was going to die in the next moment, his heart wouldn't waver. Zhongshou broke out into a laugh. "Uncle Hu, our Sky Fox race all have special abilities. It was said that once one's martial arts and spiritual cultivation reach a certain realm, close relatives all have telepathy, right? This Zongling's father has already passed, but his mother seems to be a return to Sun Realm Spirit Master. You just need to find a place to lock up this Zongling. It isn't time to deal with this person yet." Hu Qianxiu's brows furrowed. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel annoyed and unwilling, following which he looked over in anticipation. Zhong Shaxin knew what he meant, but decisively shook his head. His cultivation was not bad, and he could barely sense if someone was dead. He also knew that Zhong Weiran was still alive and well, staying in the Oblivion Cloud Ocean. However, he couldn't say such words carelessly. He didn't want to wait for Zhong Weiran to come out and chop him up like a monster. Just as he was thinking about that, his heart couldn't help but jump intensely with a thud. Hu Qianxiu was slightly disappointed, turning around and saying, "Then what about this Zhongyuan? This person's entire family was almost wiped out." Zhongshou regained his senses and smiled innocently. "Uncle Hu, I'm sorry. I want to keep this person alive. My Zhong clan doesn't have many talents, and I only have a single descendant left. It would be a pity to kill him just like that. My royal father would definitely blame me. That's why I decided to keep this guy and train him well. This can't be killed. That can't be killed. The prince is so boring." Hu Qianxiu snorted heavily, extremely depressed. However, he still patiently reminded, Zhong Yuan's temperament is indeed not bad. There are so many people in the Heavenly Fox Zone clan, but he's the only one who's slightly pleasing to the eye. He has the demeanor of the Lord when he was young. However, this fellow had already been nurtured and would not easily betray its master. You have to be careful. Zhongshou nodded his head, expressing that he knew what to do. Only then did Hu Qianxiu stand up. Recently, the situation in the mountain city is a little off. I can't stay here for long. Hu Qianxiu will go back now and help the prince take care of Gantian Mountain. However, the prince is alone outside, and Hu Qianxiu is a little worried. I will let my son Zhong Yuan accompany you outside. As for your two servants, I will bring them along with me. If the prince has anything to instruct them, please be quick and don't waste time. Also, my granddaughter, taking a deep look at Chu Shui, who was hiding at the side, Hu Qinxiu sighed slightly. I'll have to trouble the prince to take care of her too. Seeing Hu Qinxiu finish, he jumped off the carriage and rode on a huge wind rider foal to wait in the distance. Hu Zhongyuan giggled and walked to the side, grabbing Zhongling, whose face had recovered some color, and to giving her a good beating. Just now, he was beaten up badly by his father. However, he didn't dare to blame Hu Qinxiu and Zhongshou. Naturally, he had to find someone to vent his anger on. This Zhongling caused him to lose face, so naturally he couldn't let her go. As for the matter of his father arranging her beside the prince, he didn't care at all. Zhongshou silently praised him. This Iron Tiger race leader looked rough and straightforward, but he was meticulous and knew how to read the situation. However, he didn't expect that Hu Qinxiu was actually Chu Shui's grandfather. No wonder Chu Shui's situation just now was a little off. He reached out and waved to Yin Yang and Lian Fan. The two of them understood and walked to the side of the carriage. Zhongshou first looked at Lian Fan, passing over a green cloth filled with words. Lian Fan, your talent is only above average and won't be able to learn any profound martial path. I also don't have much to teach you. However, you are calm, hardworking, and resilient. I have a mountain piling technique that is suitable for people like you. As long as you train hard every day, you will be able to pile up into a mountain. Even if you can't compare to those geniuses, you can become an ascended ancestor. With Lian Fan's personality, he wasn't shocked by honor or disgrace. When he heard the first few words, he wasn't disappointed. Zhongshou's later words also didn't show any joy. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he solemnly took the silk cloth from Lin Fan. Zhongshou smiled as he looked at Yin Yang. Uncle Yin's talent is outstanding, and you come from a famous sect. That heaven-burning absolute flame saber isn't any weaker than the Lingyun sect's cloud-shocking god-destroying sword. I can't give Uncle Yin much. I can only help you comprehend the mysteries of intent. When he said that, Zhongshou casually waved his hand, and a tree branch not far away flew into his hand. Then a ball of flame suddenly lit up in his palm. It wasn't extinguished nor extinguished, but it wasn't blazing, just burning like that. In just a moment, the tree branch was burned into charcoal. He passed it to Yin Yang. Uncle Yin, take this thing. In the future, you might be able to comprehend it. I'll leave Gantian Mountain to the two of you. Yin Yang's brows furrowed, taking the item in his hand like it was a treasure. Looking at it now, it was similar to the charcoal. There was nothing special about it. However, he could feel that if his martial path was blocked, maybe this charcoal would be the key to helping him break through. Silently keeping it, Yin Yang bowed heavily towards Zhongshou. He didn't say anything, but his actions showed his intentions. Zhongshou casually said a few more words, until Hu Qinxiu got impatient and shouted loudly. Only then did he let the two of them leave. When Yin Yang and Lian Fan got on their horses, Hu Qinxiu cupped his fist behind him, laughing out loud. 5 months later, Hu Qinxiu will wait for the prince to return to the mountain and take over the throne. The prince's sword path is one with the spirit, suppressing the cloud world. I only hope that in my life, I can see the prince sweep Donglin and rule Cloud Continent. His voice reverberated in all directions. Then he left first. A group of people rode on tens of windrider foals, majestically leaving, bringing with it a trail of dust. Not long later, they disappeared without a trace. Sweep through Donglin and dominate the Cloud Continent? It wasn't just one person who said that to him. Zhongshou laughed, not agreeing or disagreeing, casually stretching the wine cup to the side. When Xianyuan Iren saw that, she couldn't help but stare viciously at him, but she still obediently filled his cup. Only when Zhongshou finished it in one gulp did Xianyuan Iren bite her lips. Prince, have you been looking at me as a joke these few days? With your ability, Ten Xianyuan Iren wouldn't be your opponent, right? I actually dared to say that I would protect you. Isn't that amusing? How is that possible? Speaking of which, Zhongsho was really confident. Zhongsho, didn't hide it from you, but you didn't believe me. What did you say? To still be in the mood to joke. Xianyuan Irin couldn't help but grind her teeth, scoffing softly. She took out a clean cloth and helped Zhongsho wrap up the wound on his hand. Her actions were gentle and careful, causing Zhongsho to be slightly stunned. His voice also became gentle. It's my fault. I shouldn't have not believed you. However, in your eyes, you don't care about me? Am I not worthy for you to explain to me? Her voice was like a silver bell, soft and really nice to listen to, making one feel numb. When Zhongsho heard that, his bones softened by half, and his scalp felt numb. His personality was one that was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. Speaking of which, he wasn't in the right either. However, his feelings at that time were really complicated, and he didn't want to shake this girl off. Slightly awkward, Zhongsho coughed. I forgot. He originally wanted to say something nice, saying that he was afraid that after she knew, she would leave without worry. He couldn't bear to. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it wasn't appropriate. Rather than using thousands of words to explain, why not just say a simple sentence? Anyways, he didn't know how to flirt. Although he loved to chat with girls, talk about life and dreams, most of the time, he made the girls so angry that she ran away. Xianyuan Irin's eyes couldn't help but turn red, but she was a straightforward girl, not showing any signs of being wronged. She tucked her hair behind her ear and said expressionlessly, "If the prince doesn't like me, you can cancel the marriage." Xianyuan Irin wouldn't bother him anymore. The prince's sword path is one with the spirit, and your future is huge. You will definitely be able to find someone worthy of you, someone who can make you like. The more Zhongsho heard, the more he felt that something wasn't right, his teeth turning sour. He thought to himself that if he canceled the marriage, he would be branded as someone who abandoned her. He couldn't help but facepalm, feeling a headache. He waved his hand. What nonsense are you thinking about? When did I say that I wanted to cancel the marriage? Just as he was about to change the topic, he heard Xianyuan Irin make an "oh" sound, her beautiful eyes looking over. Since you aren't canceling the marriage, then when will the prince come to Xian Mountain City to meet my father? Zhongsho was startled. Why did the topic change to this again? Thinking about it, the situation didn't seem right. He took a peek at the side, only to see a cunning look flash across Xianyuan Irin's eyes. Zhongsho couldn't help but laugh, following which he had an idea, acting like he was hesitating. That's not good, right? I heard that your mother doesn't like me, and the Xianyuan City Lord is also against it. There's also Pill Fountain Sect and Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect, which are problematic. Irin, why don't we elope? Let's follow what you said and leave Donglin Cloud Continent together. Won't we be free? Xianyuan Irin instantly frowned. How can we do that? If we leave Donglin Cloud Continent, we can avoid many problems, but where will my parents be? As a child, how can I go against my parents? As they say, with parents around, one shouldn't travel far. Zhongsho looked over with a smile that wasn't a smile. His eyes were filled with a questioning look. Xianyuan Irin's face instantly flushed red, explaining, "At that time, I didn't think about leaving Donglin for too long. I just wanted to leave with you for a period of time. In the future, I just needed to lie and say that what's done is done, and my parents and master wouldn't agree." Chapter 153. Zhongsho looked over with a smile that wasn't a smile. His eyes were filled with a questioning look. Xianyuan Irin's face instantly flushed red as she explained, "At that time, I didn't think about leaving Donglin for too long. I just wanted to leave with you for a period of time. In the future, I just needed to lie and say that the rice is already cooked and my parents and master would agree. However, that was just a temporary measure. At that time, I really thought that you were in danger. But now you have opened 8 meridians and your sword skills are high. Naturally, you have to walk the righteous path. How can you do that?" Halfway through her words, Xianyuan Irin suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Zhongsho's eyes opened wide in shock, clapping his hands and saying in admiration, "What rice is cooked?" So that was the case. There was actually such a move. TSK, TSK. This method is not bad. Xianyuan Irin's face flushed red, unable to maintain her ladylike demeanor. She stood up and used the wine flask to hit Zhong Shou heavily before jumping off the carriage. Looking at the weird gazes of Hu Zhongyuan and Li Yunyang, she felt that she had no face to face them. Just as she was about to return to the carriage, she heard Zhong Shou laugh. 5 months later, before returning to Gantian Mountain, I will make a trip to Xian Mountain City to meet my father-in-law. Xianyuan Irin turned her head in shock, only to see that although Zhong Shou was smiling, he was really serious. The gaze he looked over with was sincere and passionate, warming her heart. I will follow what you said. Zhong Shou, will officially settle our marriage. Xianyuan Irin only felt that her heart was lightly struck. Suddenly it felt soft and numb, her heart filled with joy. It wasn't happiness, but it was a surprise. She couldn't help but squint and take a close look at Zhong Shou. She thought to herself, what kind of person is this fiancé of mine? Even after spending tens of days together, she was unable to see it clearly, only feeling that her impression of him was really blurry. Kind nature? Extravagant? Lazy temperament? Deep thoughts? Smart and shrewd? Vicious and merciless? All kinds of feelings were mixed together, making it impossible for him to distinguish them. That's right, he was also extremely lecherous. However, his mother had said that it was very difficult to see through a person completely. She only needed to know that her future husband was responsible and that she didn't hate him. That was enough. The only thing she could be sure of was that Zhong Shou's swordsmanship was extremely high. His talent was so high that it was one of a kind in the world. Very few people could compare to him. His parents were always worried that he would not be able to cultivate and would not be able to protect him in the future. If they knew what had happened today, would they be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out? It was the same when she first met him. Initially, he thought that this fellow was a good-for-nothing with a weak temperament. Only in the end did he realize how wrong he was. To be able to cut off a piece of Hu Qianqiu's sleeve as an 8 Meridian Earth Chakra Martial Master was definitely one of a kind in the world. At least those so-called geniuses that she knew of were just too ordinary compared to Zhong Shou. Her mind instinctively flashed back to the dawn when Zhong Shou's sword left the dust, his celestial-like body. Xianyuan Irin's eyes couldn't help but become slightly dazed. In the blink of an eye, he woke up from his stupor. He couldn't help but feel extremely embarrassed and ashamed. He lowered his head and replied with a buzzing sound. Without hesitation, he ran into the cloud-crossing carriage. Thinking to herself, why did she seem like a love-struck fool today? Zhong Shou laughed out loud, feeling that this little girl was sometimes really cute. He also jumped off the carriage and walked towards Zhongyuan. At this moment, although the energy in his body was well coordinated and calm, his body still hadn't recovered. However, his physical strength still hadn't recovered, and he could only activate the thunder-traveling spirit bone. His posture was stiff as he walked. Zhongyuan's brows instantly furrowed. Before this, he had also heard the words of Zhong Shou and Hu Qianqiu. However, he didn't have the joy of keeping his life. Instead, he felt a chill in his heart and became more wary. At this moment, he was filled with wariness as he stared at Zhong Shou. What do you want to do? Zhongyuan, have a worthless life. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I won't frown. However, if you want me, Zhongyuan, to serve you, don't even think about it. Zhongyuan, am indomitable and won't do things that betray my master. Zhong Shou was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He never expected this fellow to listen to his orders. He thought to himself, I don't need your heart. I just want your body. Who cares about what you think? Carefully sizing up Zhongyuan, Samuraim's eyes slowly revealed a joyful expression. After looking, he still wasn't satisfied. He started to touch this fellow's body, feeling the bones and muscles as well as the chakra meridians in this person's body. This caused Zhongyuan to feel a chill down his spine. A bad thought rose up in his mind. Was his luck bad and he met a pervert? Zhong Shou touched for a moment, feeling more and more satisfied. Then he smiled and instructed Hu Zhongyuan, Find some vines and tie him up. Then, find a spacious place to hang him up. Hu Zhongyuan's bruised and swollen face originally had a weird expression. At this moment, his entire body shivered. He looked at Zhongshou with a weird expression. He thought to himself that this prince's preferences were a little different. Moreover, it was the heavy type. Actually, this Zhongyuan's looks were not bad. However, the future mistress was at the side. Didn't he need to restrain himself a little? Until Zhongshou frowned impatiently and stared over. Only then did he hesitantly run to find some rope. Every step he took, he would look back, his eyes filled with pity. Zhongyuan's face couldn't help but turn green. His lips turned purple as he scolded. Zhongshou, do you know that Taoists can be killed but not humiliated? I, Zhongyuan, am a man. I would rather die than suffer such humiliation and do such dirty things with you. Why don't you just kill me? Since he had made up his mind, Zhongyuan didn't hesitate anymore and bit down on his tongue. However, before he could bite down, Zhongshou grabbed his chin. Pulling down was completely dislocated. He wanted to use the true qi in his body to break his meridians and end his own life. However, Zhongshou's method of locking meridians was a little strange. Zhongyuan's face turned red, but it was of no use. Zhongshou didn't understand. Was this necessary? He only took off his clothes. Why did he want to die? It wasn't like he was a woman who wouldn't be able to get married after one look. Hu Zhongyuan's movements were extremely fast. A moment later, he returned with a bundle of green wooden vines. The black willow vine was as thick as a finger. Even if a fifth-level monster was entangled by it, it wouldn't be able to break free. His movements were extremely nimble as he took off all of Zhongyuan's clothes, leaving only his underwear. Then, he deliberately found a place further away from the carriage and hung up Zhongyuan, who was squealing like a pig being slaughtered and whose voice was unclear. He then sighed heavily and patted Zhongyuan's shoulder. Only then did he shake his head and leave. Only when he saw that Chu Shui didn't avoid and was instead listlessly observing at the side did he realize that he had misunderstood. Zhongshou actually took out hundreds of beast crystals and soul stones and drew talismans on the ground. Then he took out some blood ink and drew many devilish talismans on Zhongyuan's body. Although he didn't cultivate in spiritual cultivation, he was the future tribe leader of the Iron Tiger race and had seen a lot. The talismans that Zhongshou drew were obviously filled with God intent, far stronger than those spirit masters he had seen before. The spiritual formation here was also really exquisite and connected to the earth veins. The moment it was drawn, the spiritual energy here instantly increased by several times. However, for some reason, it gave off a weird feeling like it wasn't a proper method. Just as he didn't understand what was going on, Zhongshou casually made a hand sign. The beast crystals and soul stones on the ground instantly shone brightly. Large amounts of spiritual energy gathered over, like a thin layer wrapping around this place. The spiritual energy within the soul stones flowed out along the spiritual pattern lines and climbed onto Zhongyuan's body. No matter how Zhongyuan twisted his body, he was unable to shake it off. The aura here became more and more devilish and dark. Within 10 miles, large amounts of Yin energy essence were forcefully sucked out by the spiritual formation. Hu Zhongyuan didn't notice at all, his eyes fixed on Zhongshou's hand that was still forming seals. Although he was controlling the ocean amounts of spiritual energy here, he was still doing it casually and easily, continuously changing the seals, controlling the gray-white spiritual energy, forming many unique talismans at the center of Zhongyuan's brows. One after another, they entered his skin. He couldn't understand all of this. Only his heart was like a raging wave, surging endlessly. After a long while, he took in a deep breath. Shui, did the prince cultivate in spiritual cultivation? What realm is he at now? That's right. He did cultivate in spiritual cultivation. Chu Shui was worried that Zhongshou would torture her, so she didn't dare to shift her eyes away. She also didn't dare to be distracted, casually replying, "Young master was already at the out-of-body realm a month ago." Hu Zhongyuan's face couldn't help but flush red once more. His muscles were tightly clenched up, which was why he didn't shout out. Who knows whether it was excitement or shock, he vented it out. At this moment, what he wanted to do the most was to call his father back to personally witness this scene. 8 meridians of the bodily chakra realm, Sword Path 1, with the spirit. He thought that he already knew the true situation of Zhongshou. Only now did he know that during the battle between Zhongshou and Hu Qinxiu, he also didn't go all out. Speaking of which, the prince was going to be 14 in a few days. An out-of-body realm spirit master who wasn't even 14. What kind of monster was this? How was he going to let people live? In the past, he envied Zhongshu for being able to enter Xiantian at such a young age. But now, compared to this crown prince, this guy was not even worth mentioning. His father scolded him that he wasn't even as good as trash. However, in his eyes, those words were an insult to the word trash. At this moment, Xinyuan Iren was also alerted and rushed nearby. She was also slightly distracted as she looked at the expressionless person within the spiritual formation who was skillfully controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. So Zhongshu was actually an out-of-body realm spirit master. So the use of talismans could reach such a realm, merging with spirit. He had obviously comprehended the true meaning of all the talismans, the Grandmaster realm. Chapter 154. Not long later, the gray energy injected into Zhong Yuan's brow, following which the talisman started to change color, forming a pale gold soul word. It was connected to tens of spiritual patterns, covering Zhong Yuan's body. In just a moment, it all disappeared. Zhongshu didn't notice the weird atmosphere behind him. He smiled as he looked at Zhong Yuan's body. This was a demon sect soul controlling technique that he occasionally saw in the library in the future. It needed the soul power of close to 10,000 people to form a talisman to control a Xiantian expert. If there were 100,000 people, then even a martial ancestor realm expert might be able to try it. However, whether or not it was effective, Zhongshu hadn't tried it before. Firstly, he wasn't a spirit master. Secondly, he couldn't really slaughter 10,000 people. Only when this place was close to the battlefield did Zhongshu think of such a method. Anyways, there were so many dead people around, and their vengeful souls hadn't dissipated. Sooner or later, they would be collected by the demon sect. Alright, there's still this thing. I nearly forgot that this is something that demon sect disciples need. Zhongshu recalled another item and flipped through his bag. Not long later, he took out 7 silver needles. They were as thin as a hair. The tip of the needle was like a blooming black lotus. This was one of the few things that Mingjue left on his body. It was known as the 7 Lotus Soul Needle and was also a top talisman weapon. Its original use was to temporarily subdue and control high-grade beasts, having a miraculous effect. However, at this moment, Zhongshu had other uses for it. He inserted the 7 Lotus Soul Needles into Zhong Yuan's hair. Only one of them pierced in from the center of his brow and into his skin, forming a lotus mark on the surface of his skin. Actually, in terms of controlling the souls of people, the Demon Flag sect was an expert. Mingjue had numerous goo bugs and evil talisman weapons in his belongings. Zhongshu felt that they were too disgusting and too sinister, directly destroying them. Only the 7 Lotus Soul Needles were the signature items of the demonic sect disciples. Their refining method was ordinary, and all the demonic sect disciples carried them with them. That was why he kept them. Once the lotus mark and the pale golden soul word merged into one, the light golden soul word became one. Zhongshu drew a line with his finger, and a trace of sharp energy came out of his finger. He broke all the ropes on Zhong Yuan's body and unlocked all the chakras in his body. Upon seeing this, Hu Zhongyuan's expression immediately changed, revealing a hint of vigilance. Zhong Yuan snorted and turned to run without hesitation. He didn't have any intentions of going all out against Zhongshu. In front of him was a martial ancestor with 5 meridians of the earth chakra level. Although the other was a fake pellet Xiantian, his martial path was so strong that even the second strongest person in Gantian Mountain, Hu Qianxiu, couldn't do anything to him. In front of these two people, he did not even have the qualifications to fight with his life on the line. Because he'd been trapped for a long time, his qi and blood had stagnated. Zhong Yuan's body was also slightly stiff at this moment. However, his speed was as quick as lightning, moving 300 feet in an instant. However, after running roughly 500 feet, Zhong Shou smiled as he formed a seal, chanting a word and pointing out, "Freeze!" The moment he said that, Zhong Yuan's 4 limbs stopped moving. However, his forward momentum didn't stop. His entire body fell to the ground. Zhong Shou laughed, his hand changing a seal. "Come back." Zhong Yuan wanted to go against it, but even if he went all out to control it, his body couldn't move. Her body couldn't help but jump back to Zhong Shou's side after standing up. He couldn't move his entire body and could only stare viciously at Zhong Shou, hoping that he could use his gaze to kill this cousin of his. Weird, it seems like his movements are too stiff. Zhong Shou shook his head and didn't understand. It seemed like this demon sect's secret technique wasn't as effective as what the book said. It was said that it was even more effective than spirit beasts. He tried to cast spells to direct Zhong Yuan's movements to use that set of purple lightning spear. However, it was extremely awkward, not having any of the strength of a peak Xiantian. His internal energy circulation was also a little sluggish. Just like that, Zhong Shou barely understood. Zhong Yuan's will had some effect on his body and wasn't willing to cooperate with him. Naturally, his movements couldn't be smooth. Chu Shui tilted her head as she looked on from the side. After a short while, she didn't understand. "Young master, it feels a little useless. When you fight with others, do you have to form seals like that? How troublesome is that? Moreover, I could take him down with one finger." Zhong Shou was also conflicted. Naturally, this secret technique wouldn't be so troublesome. Under normal circumstances, one just needed a thought to activate it. It wasn't much weaker than spirit beasts, so why would one need to form seals? Xianyuan Irin took in a deep breath, wanted to say something but stopping herself. Only when Samarim looked over did she stop hesitating, shaking her head. Did the prince's secret technique come from the demon sect? However, I have never heard of demon sect techniques that could truly control martial artists with strong wills. Moreover, this method should also have a special magic tool to control it. This demon sect technique is mostly evil and cruel. Prince, you're the future Monster King. In the future, you will have billions of people. However, it is best if you don't use such unrighteous and evil techniques. Also, this Zhong Yuan is your cousin after all. If you humiliate him like that, why don't you just kill him with one sword? Since this technique is useless, why not just let him die a quick death? Seeing Xianyuan Irin start to lecture him as she spoke, Zhong Shou couldn't help but feel a toothache. Zhong Yuan was extremely touched when he heard that, nearly tearing up. Miss Xianyuan was such a good person. For Gantian Mountain to have such a mistress, it was really fortunate. With his current situation, he would rather die just like that. Zhong Shou closed his eyes in deep thought. The demon sect technique he obtained was indeed incomplete, lacking a few pages at the front. At this moment, even with this set of 7 lotus soul needles, it couldn't make up for it. However, it wasn't like there was no solution after a short while. Just as Zhong Yuan's eyes shone with a glimmer of hope, Zhong Shou suddenly opened his mouth viciously. "Why is it useless? If he doesn't listen in the future, I will kill him. I will let him go to the gates of Gantian Mountain City and torture him for 3 days and 3 nights. I will make him beg for death." Before he finished, Zhong Yuan fell to the ground with a plop, 2 streams of tears flowing down from the corners of his eyes. Who said that men didn't easily cry because they weren't deeply hurt? How did he end up in the hands of this little demon? Hu Zhongyuan's eyes instantly lit up, praising loudly. "The prince is smart. You actually have such a method. Hu Zhongyuan has learned another move today. The prince is really a talent, really smart. I respect you." Zhong Shou felt weird, glancing sideways at Hu Zhongyuan. He thought to himself that this fellow didn't have much ability, but his bootlicking skills were really good. Chu Shue and Xianyuan Irin's faces turned red, both of them making a tisk sound and turning their heads away. This method was really vicious. As long as they had some face, they wouldn't dare to go against orders. Xianyuan Irin frowned. A moment later, she calmed down. Since Zhong Yuan chose to be enemies with Zhong Shou, then naturally he had to bear the consequences. Although Zhong Shou's method was a little too much, it was expected. Although she insisted on the path of righteousness, she wasn't inflexible. Zhong Shou once again formed a seal, and as expected, Zhong Yuan didn't resist, allowing him to control him like a puppet. He broke out into a laugh and released the control on Zhong Yuan. However, this fellow's life and death was still in his hands. He didn't need to worry about this fellow escaping or wanting to kill himself. Casually reaching out, he kept the useful beast crystals and wiped away the spiritual formation here. Zhong Shou's brows suddenly rose up as he looked into the distance. He saw a few cavalry galloping over. It was 3 Xiantian masters wearing black armor, riding windrider foals. In just a moment, they were in front of him. When they saw Xianyuan Irin, the eyes of the person in front lit up. After a few lashes, he flew in front of Xianyuan Irin and bowed. "Little miss, good fortune. The city lord's wife is seriously ill. We were ordered by the city lord to invite little miss back." While he said that, he looked around. When he saw Zhong Shou, his gaze instantly turned cold. Xianyuan Irin was startled, and in the next moment, she looked coldly at Li Yunyang behind her. The latter lowered her head and sighed. These people had finally arrived. However, they had arrived too late. Just as Li Yunyang sighed, nearby, there was a place where Zhong Shou didn't notice the mist. The voice of an old man was also filled with emotions. That sword strike truly had a profound meaning and an endless aftertaste. Even after half a day, it is still unforgettable. What a good attacker, he should be above the 9 heavens. No wonder that Hu Qianqiu would lose to him in the end. Thinking about it, the sword really soars in the sky, unrestrained and untraceable, changing unpredictably. That isn't a normal sword. When he said that, Yin Fan's face was filled with reminiscence, like he was still immersed in some kind of mental state and enjoying it. Thinking about it, this spiritual movement sword intent is really similar to our 100-spirit unique sword and is extremely compatible with each other. With just a little bit of cultivation, he can achieve, although this place was in mid-air within the cloud layer. However, there were tables and chairs, as well as banquet tables. Sitting opposite Yin Fan was Tai Yuan Fairy Shui Lingbo. At this moment, she was laughing coldly. "How shameless! You say that he is suitable to cultivate your 100-spirit unique sword, but with his sword path talents, which sword technique can't he cultivate to the peak?" Yin Fan chuckled and opened one of his eyes. Could it be that Fairy still hasn't given up? This kid is willing to give up huge amounts to save the millions of people here. One can see that he is kind-hearted, a person of the righteous path. Kind-hearted? He is just casually giving out, and you say that he is kind-hearted? If that is the case, then he wouldn't cultivate such an evil sword technique. She originally wanted to argue, but the more Shui Lingbo said, the more excited she got, her eyes shining. This kid kills without blinking, his thoughts are careful, his methods are vicious, and his personality is great. He is suitable for my Tsang Xingdao. That's not right. Yin Fan shook his head. This kid knows that those slaves are definitely going to die. However, he still didn't hesitate to attack, so one can see his personality. How is such a kid suitable for your Tsang Xingdao? As for that set of swordsmanship, Chapter 155. That's not right. Yin Fan shook his head. This kid knew that those slaves were definitely going to die. However, he still didn't hesitate and attacked. One can see his personality. How is such a kid suitable for your Tsang Xingdao? As for that sword technique, speaking of that set of swords, Yin Fan's eyes were filled with shock and fear. How is there such an evil sword technique in the cloud world? Who knows where Zhong Shou learned it? When that white body waved the sword, it was like a death god descending to the world. When the sword slashed out, it was time for people to die. In terms of the sword path, naturally Zhong Shou's sword that seemed like it came from the heavens was the most shocking. However, in terms of killing, life and death battles, this sword technique, known as the Styx River Death Sword, was the best choice. Closing his eyes, Yin Fan's tone regained its calmness, controlling the death energy of heaven and earth to injure the enemy. Although it is slightly evil, it follows the path of the heavens and doesn't fall into the demonic path. As long as you don't use it often, it is okay. Seeing Shui Lingbo's lips twitch, revealing a look of disdain, Yin Fan couldn't help but laugh. He knew that if they continued to argue, there wouldn't be an outcome. He shook his head. The more I look at this kid, the more I like him. I can't bear to give up. However, this stalemate between us isn't a solution. Shui Lingbo continued to laugh coldly. What do you want? During these 20-odd days, we have already gambled 10 rounds. 3 rounds of sword battle, 2 rounds of talisman drawing, 4 rounds of chess. The outcome was a draw. What do you want to gamble this time? If you want to talk about painting, I Shui Lingbo am not so dumb. If I say that I want to go all out and fight, you probably won't agree. Yin Fan couldn't help but be speechless. This matter was a little tough. Actually, it wasn't that he couldn't win. However, in chess, one had to give up 3 words. In sword and talisman drawing, there were many restrictions. Helplessly, Lei Dong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Because of this matter, he had been trapped for more than 30 days without being able to escape. He did not know when he would be able to escape. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his head. Lei Dong grunted, "The 2 of you, actually it is not impossible. Why don't the 2 sects have 1 person and 2 masters?" Before he finished, Yin Fan and Shui Lingbo looked over coldly with killing intent. The former snorted heavily. Nonsense. If the 2 sects were to share, who would be the master and who would be the assistant? If I learned Song Shengdao's heresy, how am I going to answer to the founder of Wuju Avila? If such a person falls into the evil path, I would rather take his life with my own hands. Shui Lingbo also sneered, "I'm more afraid that Zhong Shou's brain would be damaged by your pedantic thoughts. If he wants to enter Wuju Avila, Shui Lingbo must kill this future enemy for me. Song Shengdao." Lei Dong couldn't help but roll his eyes, looking into the sky with no spirit in his eyes. He had already lost all hope towards these 2 people. He looked to the side, only to see Zhao Yinran casually playing around with a knife and a sword. Her eyes were infatuated, filled with interest. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the trajectory of the knife and sword was similar to Zhong Shou's and Hu Qianqiu's attacks and defenses, only lacking a little bit of meaning. It was obvious that the battle just now had benefited this crazy woman. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. This woman really knew how to enjoy herself. His pitiful Miss Junru. After not seeing him for so many days, she must be really lonely on the roof of the carriage, the cloud-crossing carriage that Xian Yuan Iran was in also left. Zhong Shou sighed slightly. For some reason, he felt a sense of emptiness, as if something was slipping away from him. No wonder. Just like that, there were only 4 people left beside him. Following which Zhong Shou's eyes turned dark. The gazes of the 3 Xiantian masters from Xian Mountain City made one feel really uncomfortable. He didn't care if they looked down on him, but that expression was one of hatred and disgust. Chu Shui was also filled with reluctance, her eyes slightly red as she looked into the distance. What a waste. Why did Miss Iran's mother suddenly fall sick? Doesn't that mean that we can only see her in a few months? God bless her. Please let her be fine. Zhong Shou rolled his eyes. Did this girl really think that the head of Xian Mountain City was really sick? However, he wasn't willing to comment on this matter. There was no need to think of the worst of others. Or perhaps he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Who knows if he really fell ill? Just as he shook his head, in the next instance, Chu Shui turned around and said seriously, "Young master, Shui misses her. What should I do? Why don't we just go to Xian Mountain City now and marry Miss?" Zhongsho was speechless, suddenly tapping Chu Shue's head. I think you don't miss her. Just those medicinal candies. Chu Shue was shocked, instantly panicking, her eyes turning slightly. Young master, then we don't need to return to Gantian Mountain City. A few days ago, didn't you say that you wanted to rush back to take over the Monster King position? Go back to do what? To be played by others? Zhongsho laughed coldly, his eyes shining. However, he didn't notice that his attention had been successfully drawn away by Chu Shui. With Hu Qianqiu's help, 65% of Gantia Mountain's strength could be controlled by him. However, if he returned now, it was okay if he was willing to be a puppet. However, once he showed that he wanted to take over power, the reactions of Zhongshu and Zhongyang were hard to predict. With a huge enemy outside, if there were people who tried to drag them down and stab them in the dark, the outcome wouldn't be good. However, it was because Hu Qianqiu's strength was far above his expectations that he changed his mind. With this ocean-stabilizing godly needle, he could help him suppress Gantia Mountain. Why not continue to stay outside? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to return after breaking through to Xiantian? Speaking of which, it was because his strength was too weak. If he had Hu Qianqiu's realm, under the Ascended Realm, he would be invincible. Even if he was like Hu Zhongyuan, at least when he met those Xuanwu ancestors, he would be able to fight. Thinking back to the eight-tail Sky Fox King race Shui family that Hu Qianqiu mentioned, as well as the mother race Lu family that ruled 800 worlds, he couldn't help but have a headache. As expected, he needed to find a strong backing. Be it the Kinzo sect behind Wujua Villa or Song Xingdao of Taiyuan sect, they were powers that could go up against him. Unfortunately, thinking about this matter, Zhongsho was really conflicted. All of a sudden, he turned around, not bothering about anything as he shouted towards the sky. Oi, I say, have the two of you come to a conclusion? If you still can't, why don't you let me go to Tailing's sect to become a disciple? Hu Zhongyuan, who was in front, looked around at a loss. There was no one around who knew who Zhongsho was talking to and what craziness he was going on. However, going to that Tailing sect was not bad. Other people didn't know, but he had heard people talk about it. That was the top shrine in the cloud world. If he had that sect as his backing, Gantia Mountain would be safe. Gantia Mountain would definitely be safe, and all the chaos would be solved. Just as he was feeling weird, there was a crackling sound from the side. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the clear sky for thousands of miles. A lightning bolt that was as thick as a water bucket brushed past Zhongsho's body and suddenly struck beside the carriage. Instantly, a 300 feet wide hole was blown out. Those 10 over Wind Rider foals all neighed in unison, jumping up in shock. Zhongyuan, who was the coachman, tried his best to calm him down. Hu Zhongyuan also felt a chill run down his spine. This bolt of lightning came without any warning, and if it struck a person, they would be dead. If it struck a person, even if he was a martial ancestor who cultivated to the 5th meridian of the Earth chakra level, he would be turned into charcoal. To be able to send out such a strike, one had to be at least above the day wandering realm. Luckily, this carriage was floating in the air, which was why it wasn't affected by the lightning. Zhong shocks inside. He knew that the outcome would be like this. He calmly smoothed out the hair that was standing up due to the lightning. Suddenly, he had an idea, continuing to look towards the sky, using a negotiating tone. This can't do, that can't do. Zhongsho's bright future was wasted by all of you. I can't just give you no compensation. Moreover, before I become your disciple, you have to give me a gift, right? There was a moment of silence in the sky. A short while later, a ball of light descended from the clouds and landed on the roof of the carriage. Upon closer inspection, there were exactly 10 wine bottles the size of 2 fists. Although the bottle openings were sealed, there was still a thick fragrance that wafted over. Zhongsho took a look, his lips twitching. Wasn't this the 10 bottles of celestial wine that Lei Dong promised him? The two people above were really stingy. They were people who wouldn't act until they saw a rabbit. If he wasn't taken in, then they wouldn't give him any benefits at all. He was furious in his heart and decided to fight to the death. Zhongsho scoffed. pointing towards the sky. I have made up my mind. Whoever gives me benefits first, Zhongsho, will take that person as my master. I won't go back on my words. This time, before he could even finish a sentence, two more balls of light descended from the sky. On the left was a ball of blue light. Within it was a spiritual weapon. It spun and spun as it landed, heavily pinning onto a rock beside the carriage. The sword handle shook continuously, but it actually didn't break. On the other side was a small medicine bottle, which landed in front of Zhongsho at the same time. The fragrance of the medicine spread out, no weaker than Lei Dong's 10 bottles of celestial wine. Zhongsho was delighted, just as he was about to work harder to extort more. Lightning flashed in the sky. Another vast sword chi wriggled in the air like a dragon, swimming in all directions. Be it the lightning glow or the sword energy, they were filled with killing intent. Zhongsho held his breath. He decided to stop while he was ahead. Looking at the situation, if he said anything more, the lightning glow and sword energy would directly slash down. He cursed out in his heart. Just as he was about to order Chu Shue to keep all the medicine and wine bottles, she suddenly stopped him. However, when he turned his head, he was stunned. He saw Chu Shue holding an opened wine bottle. Her cheeks flushed red, her eyes blurred and unfocused. Zhongsho's brows instinctively rose. Just as he was about to send a heavy punch over, he saw a ball of energy rise up from Chu Shue's body. The spiritual energy around also fluctuated continuously. Along with her breathing, it surged in a regular pattern. Chu Shue also opened her eyes in a daze, and then suddenly burped. Young master, Shue seems to have broken through to Xiantian. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.